The House will come to order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 11, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable C. Scott Franklin to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 10:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the woman from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my parents came to this country as immigrants. So many of my constituents came to this country as immigrants. I think fundamentally Republicans and Democrats agree that we are a nation of immigrants. Yet what we are seeing currently at our southern border is a travesty. It is not helpful to the migrants, it is not helpful to our nation, and it has certainly created so many problems that we are facing right now. We have seen over 5 million illegal crossings at the southern border, another 1.3 million gotaways. CBP has seized 14,000 pounds of fentanyl at our southern border, enough to kill over 3.1 billion people. In 2021, more than 71,000 individuals died from synthetic opioid overdoses. And this is roughly 200 people every day. In my city of New York, we've seen overdoses skyrocket since Joe Biden put in place his open border policy. 2,700 in his first year alone. That is the highest in decades. We're seeing fatal overdoses in New York City on average every 3 hours. And a couple of weeks ago, we saw a 16-month-old baby in my district overdose from fentanyl as well. The only people that are truly benefiting from this policy are the cartels that are making in $13 billion a year from human and drug smuggling. We also need to be concerned about who is attempting and is entering our country. In the first 6 months of fiscal year 23, 80 people on the terrorist watch list were stopped attempting to cross the southern border, on top of 98 last year. And that's more than previous 5 years combined. We can say that we want to support immigration, but it must be legal immigration. This is completely unsustainable, it is dangerous, and that is why I stand before you to ask in a bipartisan manner that we get behind H.R. 2 and vote to pass it today, and that Senator Schumer brings it for a vote in the Senate. In New York City, Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office is now saying that they're fully booked through October 2032 because 2/3 at least of the individuals crossing into our country claiming asylum do not qualify, and they're clogging up the system for those who truly are eligible for asylum. We have seen 60,000 plus migrants come to New York City since last spring. Remember, they've crossed and they entered our country not by the proper channels, but by crossing our southern border, and Joe Biden has allowed them to do it. Our mayor is spending billions of dollars to house these individuals in city hotels. And at the same time, he's saying we're going to cut city services by $1 billion every year for the next 4 years, and that we're going to cut the city services, everything from libraries to programs for our children, for fire, sanitation, our parks, and homeless services. We have homeless New Yorkers, and here the mayor is saying that he has to put in shelters citizens of other countries instead of our own. It is just completely backwards and unsustainable. As I walked here today, I just got notice that the mayor decided to halt this ridiculous policy. And he was basing all this, by the way, on a right to shelter law under Mayor Ed Koch that was meant for homeless New Yorkers. And he has abused that. And that's what we're seeing taking place today. So we can work together to address this issue. Let's protect the taxpayers. Let's protect our nation's security. Let's put forward a border security plan that is before us today. And then let's also work to make sure that we know who is entering in and out of our country through proper visa, employer visas, family-sponsored visas. I'm willing to work with everybody on that as well. But we must stem the flow. Let's stop putting the drug cartels before American citizens. And let's move forward today and pass this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the president of Johnson C. Smith University, Clay Armbruster. JCSU is Charlotte's own HBCU and the only accredited historically black college or university in the 12th Congressional District. The Golden Bulls have a rich legacy in Biddleville neighborhood in Charlotte that extends all the way back to 1867. President Armbruster has helped preserve and extend that legacy during his tenure. And I've been so very proud to work with President Armbruster to grow Johnson C. Smith University. For 5 years, President Armbruster has been a transformative leader, not only for JCSU, but for the West End and the entire Charlotte community. Under Clay's leadership, JCSU has modernized its campus, overcome a pandemic, and led a historic fundraising drive to raise $80 million to support the university's academic and career-ready programs. He courageously excused student loan debt for hundreds of students. Last year, I said President Armbruster is one of the true heroes behind America's progress during the pandemic, and he has continued to earn that compliment with his leadership in our community. I am so very proud to call him a friend. I wish him and his incredible wife, Denise, the very best in their future endeavors. Congratulations on your retirement, Mr. President. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 3 years of government overreach, which was blamed on COVID-19, we can all agree that the pandemic is over. The fact is, this very body passed H.R. 382 to end the national public health emergency. The Senate agreed, and the President signed it into law. The Biden administration is going so far as to allow Title 42 to end at midnight tonight, removing the ability of our Border Patrol agents to turn illegal immigrants away due to public health concerns. Yet every week, I receive calls from veterans who are being denied care at VA health clinics across Montana over mask mandates. Let me repeat that. The pandemic is over, yet veterans are being denied medical care over mask mandates. Denying anyone, particularly a veteran, medical care over a personal decision is outrageous and violates the Hippocratic Oath. In March, I had the opportunity to question the officials from the VA and sent them multiple letters over their mask mandates. They responded by allowing each clinic to set its own guidelines. Unfortunately, instead of eliminating masks, the Montana VA health care system doubled down and has dictated that every clinic in the state requires masks. In Billings, Iraq War veteran Travis Norby has consistently been denied care every time he walks into the local VA clinic. Is this the respect that we show our veterans after they have put their life on the line to protect our freedoms? First and foremost, we have a duty to ensure that our veterans have access to the medical care they need. It's not just a matter of obligation. It's a matter of respect and gratitude for the sacrifices that they've made. Denying veterans access to medical care over mask mandates is a betrayal of our nation's core values. If we can agree that the pandemic is over to the extent that the Biden administration is allowing Title 42 to expire, then we must stop turning our back on our nation's heroes and stop mask mandates at the VA health clinics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the woman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023, scheduled for a vote on the House floor today. This bill is extreme and wrong. This bill in no way secures the border. In fact, it would only make security worse. It is an onslaught on asylum seekers and those who flee poverty, hunger, and violence, including unaccompanied minors and families with children. It exploits challenges on our border for political points and adds to the human suffering of those who come to our country seeking safety and a better life. It's also about putting politics over people. We all expect our government to effectively manage our borders and thoroughly vet those who seek to enter as refugees, to join their family already in the country, or to work. We all agree on that. But instead, what we see is children are in danger, families are separated or detained, and people are dying. We need reform, and we need it now. The last time Congress passed immigration reform was in 1996, 27 years ago. This Republican-led bill eliminates several legal immigration pathways, essentially making fewer people eligible for legal status while making more people deportable. Mr. Speaker, this bill is extreme and wrong. But again, session after session, we talk about reform, but nothing ever passes, not without a single immigration law update, again, since 1996. Time and time again, Republicans blocked meaningful legislation for safe and legal immigration from moving beyond this floor. Our job as public officials is to serve and protect our constituents, but we have been failing them for 27 years. House Republicans focus solely on immigration as a border issue, providing billions of dollars in so-called border security, building walls, increasing personnel, and rapid expulsion policies. But that hasn't worked, has it? The promised security involves a militarized border, wasting the taxpayers' money, and increased violence for those seeking asylum. Since 1988, at least 8,000 undocumented immigrants have died attempting to cross the border from Mexico to the United States. People are dying every day while we wait on Republicans to budge. While right-wing media and extreme MAGA Republicans call immigrants illegals, seeking asylum is a legal right. It is in our immigration law. They are following the law. And this law and this right would be denied to thousands under this bill. The administration and Congress must act. But again, this bill is simply extreme and wrong and does nothing to secure our border. Meanwhile, we continue to see the violence at the border, and violence in my home state of Texas. I was born and raised in South Texas. I'm not from Long Island or Boston or somewhere else talking about the border. I am from South Texas. I am talking about our South Texas border. Over the weekend, it was heartbreaking to see that 8 people were killed and 10 injured when a vehicle was driven into a group of people waiting in line at a migrant shelter in South Texas. Now, we all know that there will be a surge of migrants coming in as of tonight, and cities like Brownsville, where this occurred, are preparing. We are preparing in Houston because we know we'll get some of the impact too. But we must keep in mind that these migrants will no longer have the protections they have been afforded in the past. This bill will eliminate all that. People are losing their lives as they wait, even at this shelter. People are losing their lives on their way over. So now more than ever, safe and legal immigration reform is necessary. We must protect all God's children. We must always put people over politics and rhetoric. Now more than ever, we need safe and legal immigration reform. Now more than ever. We cannot wait another moment. I oppose this bill and ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moreland, for 5 minutes. Okay, gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer congressional recognition to Detective Christopher Drury of the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. Detective Christopher Drury began his career in 2011 and was hired as a deputy sheriff on call. He was assigned to the Sacramento County Main Jail. Detective Drury was hired as a full-time deputy sheriff in 2013, where he remained assigned to the main jail. In February of 2015, Detective Drury was transferred to the Court Security Division, where he remained until he was transferred to the North Patrol Division in December of 2015. Detective Drury was selected to the Rancho Cordova Police Department in 2017. Now, the Rancho Cordova Police Department is a contracted city that is fulfilled by the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office. And while assigned there, Detective Drury regularly interacted with the community during his shift and answered numerous calls for service. Detective Drury quickly became known for his tremendous work ethic and commitment to the community. His proactive enforcement of violent crime prevention was highly appreciated and noticed by his supervisors. In 2019, Detective Drury was selected to become a narcotics detective in the Impact Bureau. The Impact Bureau focuses on large-scale drug trafficking, which operates from Kern County to the Oregon border. Additional duties include the dismantling of drug clandestine labs. While assigned to the Impact Bureau, Detective Drury has worked several major narcotics investigations, which have led to the seizure of hundreds of pounds of methamphetamine, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. He continues to dismantle large-scale drug trafficking organizations and positively interacts with the community in numerous ways. Despite having this very demanding position, in his off time, Detective Drury actively contributes to the community. He was a regular volunteer at his children's elementary school. He also volunteers for Sacred Heart Home Tour, which is an organization that raises charity proceeds to help individuals attend private Catholic school. The organization raises roughly $200,000 a year for the charity. Finally, Detective Drury is involved with a nonprofit sponsoring True Advocacy for Challenged Youth, or STACY. This nonprofit is an organization advocating for children with special needs and their families through diverse programs and partnerships in the greater Sacramento area. For these reasons and more, I am honored to include Detective Christopher Drury of the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office in the 3rd District of California's Police Honor Roll.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
In the 10 years since the Sandy Hook shooting, the NRA has spent more than $100 million to help elect Republicans who will make it easier to sell more guns so we can kill more kids. $100 million. And they've gotten what they paid for, because since Sandy Hook, we've had 189 more school shootings. 279 people have been killed on school grounds since Sandy Hook. Some of my colleagues may be happy about that, but I'm angry. And my constituents live in trauma. I had a student in my district who wrote in to tell me, we are tired, we are exhausted, we are sick of going to class in any public area so we can form an escape route. I had another constituent who asked me, how many children and teachers are going to have to be killed by guns before our government takes action? And the honest answer is that I don't know. because in the wake of these shootings, I have to tell them that I work with people who wear AR-15 lapel pins on the floor of the House, who send holiday cards where their whole family cosplays as Rambo, who actually believe that our founders envisioned and designed a country where you have a right to shoot innocent strangers dead, but no American has the right not to get shot. And so 5 months into this year, America has already had 199 mass shootings. Sometimes we have a moment of silence on the floor afterwards, but quite frankly, there are too many to keep up. I'm not proud of this, but we ignore most of them. But the American people can't. I had a mother who wrote into me saying, every day as I send my 2 children off to school and daycare, I find myself fearing that it may be the last time I see them. Another wrote to say, I am the parent of a 5-year-old. I cannot believe that we are living in a country where 5-year-olds die like soldiers at the mall, and where another mother will come home today without her child. I do not feel safe in public places. I have no peace while my child is at school, and because I am a teacher, I don't feel safe at work either. And so 5 months into this year, we've had 15,166 deaths due to gun violence. And yet my colleagues across the aisle have not allowed a single bill to come to the floor to address that risk. After the shooting at Covenant Elementary in Tennessee, I got this message from Megan, a student teacher. She said, after working in over 5 schools now, I have loved every moment of my teacher education experience, meeting so many amazing students and faculty members that have shaped my mind the way I hope for my own to shape students one day. And each day I have gone in, I have to admit, I have silently wondered if I would come out, if our kids would come out, if my peers would come out, if my teachers and mentors would come out. I've caught myself dozing off and imagining what I would do if someone came into our room with a gun. I've imagined every person in that room with bullets in them and blood splattered from the walls to the floor. I know you all get these messages in your offices. Do you read them? Do you understand the fear and the trauma and the death that your inaction has caused? Is it worth all that NRA money? Do you even care? I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moreland, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as we observe National Nurses Week, I rise to honor our medical professionals on Guam and the incredible work they do for our island community. Nurses are an integral part of our healthcare system, providing patients with compassionate care and support. Shown next to me are some of Guam's nurses tending to the well-being of our island residents. As the backbone of our healthcare system, nurses work tirelessly around the clock to ensure everyone receives the best possible treatment. Oftentimes, they sacrifice their own well-being and comfort to provide excellent care to their patients. This could mean working long hours, dealing with difficult individuals, or managing stressful situations. Not to forget, on Guam and everywhere else, nurses were at the forefront of the fight against COVID-19, putting their own lives at risk to save others. So today and every day, we honor our nurses for their hard work and dedication. Thank you, and happy National Nurses Week. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, the Guam Chamber of Commerce celebrated its 99th anniversary. That's nearly a century of promoting the economic, social, and environmental well-being of the island of Guam. the Guam Chamber of Commerce has taken the initiative in extending and fostering trade and commerce on island, developing and protecting the many industries who call Guam home, advocating for pro-business policies, and providing forums for business entities to grow. Their Armed Forces Committee has tirelessly continued a decades-long tradition of walking the halls of Congress and knocking on doors to promote a mutually beneficial and responsible military growth in Guam. As someone who has spent many years in the private sector and proudly sat on the board of directors of this prestigious organization many years ago, it is my honor to stand here in these sacred halls of democracy to congratulate the Guam Chamber of Commerce on their historic milestone of celebrating 99 years. On behalf of a thankful nation and island, I commend them for their many services towards both Guam's business community and the people of Guam. Mr. Speaker, as our island and our nation celebrate and honor our senior citizens, or Manonko, as we refer to them back home, I would like to take this time to recognize a handful of centenarians on Guam who will be celebrating a birthday spanning 100 years or older this year. This list includes Ms. Rosario Flores Leon Guerrero, who is celebrating her 103rd birthday, Ms. Theodora Andrada, who is celebrating her 102nd, Ms. Josefina de la Concepcion Diaz, who is celebrating her birthday number 101. Ms. Lillian Leon Anderson is celebrating her 100th fatso. Sadly, we recently lost Ms. Victoria Rubenlau, who would have celebrated her 101st birthday in December of this year. On behalf of a great nation and a loving island community, and from these sacred halls of democracy and history, please join me in honoring Guam's centenarians and wishing them a happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about an extremely dangerous situation in rail corridors across America. This includes the busy mainline rail corridor between Pittsburgh and Chicago that cuts across northern Ohio, including most of my district. In northern Ohio, rail is the spine of our economy. To stay competitive in today's economy and avoid expensive supply chain delays, industrial and agricultural America must think big about modernizing rail solutions. Our nation must prioritize rail safety, give people more transportation options, and expand access to national and international markets. In the past year, 3 significant train derailments by Norfolk Southern have taken place in Ohio. Last October 2022, a 21-car derailment occurred in my district at Sandusky, where Norfolk Southern has dragged its feet for over half a year in cleaning up the mess. That job is still not finished. This rail corridor, again, drew national attention with the major derailment earlier this year in East Palestine, Ohio. The imperative topic of rail safety has many clear and sometimes deadly impacts on students across our nation. A recent ProPublica excellent news article I am submitting for the record highlights the risks for students in Hammond, Indiana. Children are forced to crawl under or over very long parked trains that block their path to school. ProPublica Investigative TV witnessed dozens of students in Hammond climbing over, squeezing between, and crawling under the train cars just to make their way to and from school. Railroads of America, wake up! In my district in Northwest Ohio, I've also witnessed situations with students in extremely dangerous, deadly situations. In December of 2009, along that same main line, rail crossing at McCord Road in Lucas County, Ohio, a train hit 2 students on foot in my district, killing one of them. and putting the other in critical condition at Toledo Hospital where she underwent surgery. Cody L. Brown, a 15-year-old freshman, was pronounced dead at the scene. Brianna Mullinger was taken in critical condition to Toledo Hospital. The students, both band members, were walking to school when that westbound Amtrak train struck them. In the wake of this tragedy, our community constructed an underpass below the Norfolk Southern rail line at McCord Road to try to avoid future tragedies at this same rail crossing. But there are numerous such places across this corridor. Our effort protects students, pedestrians, drivers without interrupting traffic or flow of trains, pedestrians, or cars that pass through this intersection. These stories are emblematic of some of the long-standing, unaddressed rail issues America continues to face to this day. Railroads of America, wake up! Let us use our bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to fix these rail problems that exist and take steps to address them from coast to coast. Now is a pivotal point where our nation can fix these challenges with funds available from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I urge Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and President Biden to pay particular attention to this regional corridor from Pittsburgh to Chicago. It is so dangerous. Help us convene rail stakeholders to relieve congestion and identify key infrastructure improvement projects. This is a time freight companies like Norfolk Southern and CSX and Amtrak should come together at the same table. Let us craft solutions to address long-standing issues regarding rail safety. Communities are begging to work with these companies that never return phone calls to help fix these long-standing, solvable challenges. We must look to the future and join together to protect the public, our students, our rail workers, our communities. Let us deliver both transformative and safe commercial and passenger rail solutions. The tools are at our disposal. The money is there. But where are the rail companies? The time is now. Let's do what we in the industrial Midwest do best. Let's get to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes a woman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Education Workforce Committee passed H.J. Res. 45, a Congressional Review Act resolution to overturn Biden's student loan bailout. I thank Representative Bob Good for sponsoring this crucial resolution. If passed through both chambers, the joint resolution being debated today would nullify President Biden's radical plan to cancel up to $20,000 in student debt by executive fiat. For 2 years, President Biden has attempted to push a free college agenda through radical regulations, including income-driven repayment, executive actions like blanket cancellation, and his permanent pause on repayment. Student loan forgiveness is nothing more than a transfer of wealth from those who willingly took on debt to those who did not or had the grit to pay off their loans. Just 13% of Americans hold student loan debt, and over half is held by graduate students. In other words, President Biden is forcing the very people Democrats claim to care about, low-income families, disadvantaged populations, and blue-collar workers who never step foot on a college campus, to pay someone else's tuition bill. How much would it cost the American taxpayer? President Biden's student loan bailout alone will cost taxpayers an estimated $315 billion, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Coupled with his reckless income-driven repayment plan and other expansive regulations, his student loan scams could cost as much as $1 trillion. In fact, at a cost exceeding $3,500 per taxpayer, the president's income-driven repayment plan and mass cancellation represent the most expensive executive actions in American history, period. These illegal actions also come at a time of rip-roaring inflation as Democrats' reckless spending sprees push our economy to the precipice of recession. The president's debt transfer plan alone could increase inflation by as much as 27 basis points, making it even harder for families to put food on the table and gas in their car. With our national debt quickly approaching $32 trillion, a bailout for graduate students and high-income households is the last thing we need on our nation's credit card. Our economy is a debt-fueled balloon waiting to pop, and this plan could be the proverbial needle. With all this spending, one would, at the very least, expect the broken student loan program to be repaired. Yet even if the president is able to move forward with his debt transfer plan, we'll be right back to $1.6 trillion in outstanding debt in less than 6 years. Why? Because colleges will increase their tuition and force students to borrow even more because they know taxpayers will foot the bill. The problems that plague post-secondary education cannot be solved by one-time debt jubilees. Solutions require hard work. Specifically, it means addressing the lack of accountability for the hundreds of billions of dollars that flow to colleges and universities that charge far too much for degrees with little or no financial value, and reforming our student loan program, which Democrats are dead set on running into the ground. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields back, and members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, I was pleased to introduce legislation to adopt the revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands and its amendments as the Constitution of the Virgin Islands of the United States. My legislation provides for the adoption of the revised Organic Act as it has been approved by Congress, signed into law, and amended as the Constitution of our territory. While the revised Organic Act presently serves as the main governing document of the Virgin Islands, we have been unable to enact changes on a territorial level. If the revised Organic Act and its amendments are adopted as a constitution by federal law, it would then free the Virgin Islands to make further amendments without congressional engagement or approval. As such, my legislation includes an amendment process to allow the Virgin Islands to revise a constitution once adopted. In May of 2020, the Virgin Islands legislature passed Bill 330292, which included a referendum on the general election ballot on calling a constitutional convention to adopt the revised Organic Act. This proposal was approved by 72% of people voting on this measure. There is a clear public preference for the adoption of a constitution for the Virgin Islands. My legislation enables a base constitution to be enacted and a local process for self-determination and a level of autonomy in our constitutional maturation. I'm asking all Virgin Islanders to speak with individuals you know who can help support this act. And I'm asking members of our diaspora living in the mainland to lobby their current congressional and Senate representatives for support. This week, I introduced legislation to prohibit the net increase of federally owned land in the Virgin Islands National Park Service on St. John. The Virgin Islands National Park boundary encompasses nearly 2/3 of the island of St. John. Within the park boundary, there is both federally owned and privately owned land. There is a finite amount of land for the residents of St. John, who are already confronting housing shortages. This legislation takes the necessary steps to prevent an increase of land owned by the park. This legislation prevents any net increase of federally owned land on that island. Individuals and entities would still be able to donate or exchange land with the park if the Virgin Islands National Park acquires any land and equal acreage of land must be conveyed out of the federal ownership. The legislation includes stringent guidelines to ensure the park does not utilize bureaucratic processes to cause excessive delays. When the park elects to sell federal land to avoid an increase in net acreage, it must offer the land for sale within a year at a fair market value. 6 months after the land is first offered for sale, if it is not under contract, the price is reduced by 10% each month. This legislation addresses the concerns I hear consistently from Virgin Islanders about an ever-expanding presence of the park on St. John. The park has a responsibility as stewards and also as a partner of the Virgin Islands. That has not always been the case. Unfortunately, often the park seems to be solely engaged in protecting land, not the people who were the original inhabitants of that land, or the people brought over as enslaved people, fought for freedom, and through sweat and toil were able to obtain land on that island. Albeit sometimes well-intentioned, what they have done is effectively crowded out Native people in furtherance of neo-colonial bourgeois wildlife ideals, acting under the assumption that the local people, interestingly people of color, cannot care for the land themselves. As we look at the history and the future of the Virgin Islands National Park, our decisions must be intentional to support St. John, the entire Virgin Islands, which includes its land, its people, its history, its culture, and our future. I look forward to working with my colleagues to advance this legislation. I yield back.
Woman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since his first day in office, President Biden has actively worked to weaken our southern border through radical open border policies that have resulted in the worst border crisis in our nation's history, turning every community, including mine in the 6th District of Virginia, into border communities. Despite the President and Secretary Mayorkas' desperate attempts to downplay the crisis and tell Americans to deal with it, the facts don't lie. Under Biden's failed leadership, Border Patrol officials have encountered a record high of more than 5 million illegal migrants at our southern border, and nearly 2 million of them have been released into the United States by the Department of Homeland Security. At the same time, over 1.5 million known gotaways have illegally crossed the border undetected. From halting construction to the border wall to reinstituting Obama-era catch-and-release policies and deciding to halt Title 42 removal authority, President Biden has willingly and knowingly failed to protect the southern border and uphold the rule of law. Now our Border Patrol is under-resourced, our national security is jeopardized, and drug cartels are empowered to smuggle deadly fentanyl into our interior. In fact, Virginia communities are being overrun. According to the Virginia Department of Health, in 2021, Virginia had a 15% increase in overdoses from 2020, with synthetic fentanyl being the leading cause of those 2,033 deaths. This is an invasion, and it must be stopped. House Republicans know that the border security is national security, which is why we've brought to the floor H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. The Judiciary Committee played a leading role in crafting this legislation, and I'm proud of the work we have done to make this the strongest border security package that Congress has ever considered. But we must get it enacted. H.R. 2 will secure America's borders by improving the asylum system, deploying urgent resources to the southern and northern borders, including walls, manpower, and technologies, and ending incentives for illegal immigration. Mr. Speaker, innocent lives are at stake. Our nation's sovereignty is at stake. We owe it to the American people to tackle Biden's disastrous border crisis. That starts with passing this legislation, and I urge every one of my colleagues to join us in supporting this bill to address this national crisis. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Glenver High School boys indoor track and field team on winning the combined Class 1-2 state championship held at Liberty University. The Glenvar Highlanders won the trophy at the two-day meet with a score of 58 points, a 9-point victory over the runners-up. Glenvar senior Heath Boker dominated the meet, winning the boys' 500-meter dash in 1 minute and 8 seconds. Highlanders Jackson Swanson, Zach Kerfis, Avon Knoll, and Heath Boker joined forces to win the 4x200 relay in 1 minute and 33 seconds. Another Highlander squad of Heath Boker, Caden Boker, Colby Thompson, and Zach Kerfis won the 4x4 in 3 minutes 29 seconds. Congratulations to all these athletes, including Marshall Berryman, Caden Boker, Zach Kerfis, Tyler Davis, Charlie Horrell, Bryce King, Nathaniel King, Alden Smith, Colby Thompson, Aiden Woody, Josh Woods, and seniors Heath Boker, Avon Knoll, Davis Norman, and Jackson Swanson. Led by head coach Becca Loader and assistant Madison Bourne, congratulations again to athletes, parents, coaches, and staff on an incredible season and well-deserved victory. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Northside High School boys basketball team on winning the Virginia Class III basketball state championship held at the VCU Siegel Center. The win marked the second basketball state championship in school history and the first since 2019. Northside came out strong, leading by 17 in the first quarter. As the game entered the final minutes, Northside was down by 4. But the squad dug deep to come out with the trophy and pull out the 58-52 victory against Hopewell. The Vikings' final push was led by double-digit scorers Lawrence Cole, Cy Hardy, and Michael Harvey, a trio that combined for 53 of the Vikings' 58 points. I extend congratulations to all the players, including Cy Hardy, Xavier Garrison, Nick Crawford, DJ Vi, Michael Harvey, Michael Pankey, Kia Logan, Jamar E.A. Lavender, Javin Gibson, Will Smith, Kayvon Brown. Special recognition to seniors Jay Sean Anthony, Lawrence Cole, Jaden Smith, Elijah Trigg, and head coach Billy Pope, and assistants Jake Picer and Josh Malavy. Congratulations again to all the players, coaches, parents, and staff on a historic season.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager Dove, for 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak out against attacks on parents across our nation. Parents and adult guardians play a critical role in children's lives as nurturers, providers, and confidants. But how can they protect or provide for their children when their elected officials choose time and time again to disregard the will of the people, ignore legislation that could save lives, slash funding to critical programs for our children and families, and then defame them for being who they are? And let me tell you who they are. In the United States, there are over 200,000 foster parents. 40% of married couples with children are step couples. 16% of children live in blended families. And there are over 100,000 adoptions each year and 4 million Americans who are adopted. All of these statistics represent parents, and it is not up to any of us to define what a parent is. As a mother, I am appalled by the state of our country. MAGA Republican legislation confuses guidelines around abortion care, threatening the lives of mothers across the country. Our children aren't safe to go to the grocery store, school, houses of worship, or the mall. They can't turn around in a driveway or retrieve a basketball. Our children go hungry when the government decides to cruelly slash programs like SNAP and WIC that put food on our families' tables. This Sunday is Mother's Day, and I will be celebrating with my family. But in the voice in the back of my head will ask me, what kind of world are they growing up in? This is not what our country is meant to look like. Every bio parent, step parent, adoptive parent, foster parent, or guardian who loves their child is a parent, and we are all scared about the world our children are set to inherit. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to congratulate the 2023 Georgia High School Association 4A state champions, the Johnson Knights boys soccer team. Last week, the Knights became back-to-back state champions after defeating the Westminster Wildcats, boasting a final score of 4-2. Combined with their 5A championship titles from last year and 2018, this latest victory marks the Knights' third title in the last 5 completed seasons. Fueled by adrenaline, filled with talent, and led by Coach Frank Zamora, these gifted young men continue to dominate the competition and make the 9th District proud. Congratulations, Johnson High School boys soccer team, on an exciting win and becoming back-to-back Georgia State champions. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 11 a.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Gracious and generous God, every good and perfect gift comes from you. We need only pause and reflect on how our lives have been blessed with family, children, loved ones, and friends, and our hearts are filled with deep gratitude that you allow us these loves in our lives. So too is your munificence bestowed on us with every skill, every talent, every opportunity that we exercise here in this place and enjoy, sometimes without thinking how blessed we are. We need only stop and remember that these qualities which have brought us success in our careers and comfort in our circumstance have been afforded to us by your kind provision. In times of growth and grief, faith and fear, accord and acrimony, may we turn to you, in whom there is no variation and whose steadfast love never fails. We need only remember you are always the provider of every gift, and without fail the answer to our every concern. All good gifts around us are sent from heaven above. We need only take the time to thank you, O Lord. Hear our prayers as we offer them in appreciation for all that we have and all that you have allowed us to enjoy. We offer our prayers in the strength of your name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led today by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, my district tragically lost the life of another police officer in the line of duty. We mourn the loss of St. Croix County Sheriff's Deputy Katie Lysing. No amount of words can express the loss that Wisconsin has felt for our fallen heroes this year. Katie Lysing, Emily Breidenbach, Hunter Scheel, and Peter Jerving dedicated their lives to protecting us, and my prayers are with the friends and family of the fallen. This cannot continue. In spite of these tragedies, many lawmakers still continue to vilify police at every turn and even call to defund them while allowing criminals to stay on our streets. Let me be clear, our law enforcement needs our support now more than ever. To all of Wisconsin law enforcement, thank you. These past few months have been tough, but we will get through them together. Violence towards our police officers is something that we will not tolerate. And please know that Wisconsin's 7th District stands behind you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Consent to address the House and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every day 30 people are killed by someone using a gun. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in the United States. When will you be bringing a bill to the floor to help put an end to this carnage? Mr. Speaker, our country is averaging 1.5 mass shootings every day. There are over 70 suicides and accidental shootings every day. When will you bring a bill to the floor to help put an end to this? Mr. Speaker, every day our cops are on the street protecting Americans, and they're confronted by criminals who have easy access to guns that they shouldn't have. When will the Republicans be bringing a bill to the floor to help put an end to this, Mr. Speaker? It's sad. It's sad that there's not even no word, but there's no action on this. When will the Republicans work with us Democrats to help put an end to gun violence? I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose, the gentleman yields, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to praise and thank the Citizen Potawatomi Nation and Chairman Rocky Barrett for their response to the storm damage in late April throughout central Oklahoma. The Citizen Potawatomi Nation dispatched more than 20 emergency management units and agencies and even began working to anticipate community needs before the tornado hit Potawatomi County. The widespread destruction suffered in Shawnee and its surrounding community was devastating. At least 1,800 structures in Shawnee were affected, with 300 heavily damaged and 42 completely destroyed. My heart goes out to the community, and I am proud of the way Oklahomans have come together as we continue rebuilding and look forward to the future. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you. St. Louis and I rise today in honor of National Nurses Week and to honor the life and legacy of America's first professionally trained Black nurse, Mary Eliza Mahoney. Today, I'm proud to introduce a resolution supported by National Black Nurses Association and National Nurses United to uplift and celebrate the timeless contributions of Mary Eliza Mahoney. Mary Eliza advanced the nursing profession by confronting issues affecting professional nurses, such as poor working conditions and racial discrimination. She was one of the founders of the National Association of Color Graduate Nurses, whose mission was to improve access to educational and nursing practices for all Black Americans. Her legacy lives on in the hearts and minds of Black nurses across this country. I urge my colleagues to join me in celebrating America's first Black nurse and in honoring Black nurses who are saving lives across our country every day. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without,
Rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my hometown of Port Wentworth, Georgia, and to honor them for celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Stand Up for America Day Parade. For 50 years, on the last Saturday in April, residents of Port Wentworth and surrounding areas have gathered to pay homage to members of the armed forces, both past and present. When the parade first started, America was still embroiled in the controversy of the Vietnam War. It was started by then Mayor P.B. Edwards, who was permanently wounded in the Battle of the Bulge during World War II. The people of Port Wentworth decided to put on this parade in honor of those Vietnam veterans and all other veterans who had served in armed conflicts abroad. After a 3-year hiatus, this year's parade drew over 50 entries, ranging from bands to golf carts, all with one purpose in mind: to honor those who have served us. I thoroughly enjoyed attending this event every time I'm able. It reminds me of just how great our nation is and how grateful we are for our servicemen and women. Thank you very much to everyone that has helped continue this tradition, from local officials to the community, and best of luck for the next 50 parades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Biden border policies jeopardize national security and endanger all American families everywhere of a terrorist attack by illegal aliens. According to the Washington Times editorial of April 4th, quote, the effects of the president's policies have been glaringly apparent, particularly to citizens residing along the northbound thoroughfares into the Southwest. U.S. Customs and Borders Protection report that 212,266 border encounters in February, bringing the figure thus far in fiscal 23 to 1.3 million illegal aliens. The cause of the border chaos can clearly be traced to the Biden administration policies. Title 42, a Trump-era policy allowing rapid deportation of border crossers. With its expiration May the 11th today, there is every reason to anticipate a larger surge of eager recipients. For Mr. Biden, immigration reform is to be achieved without the bother of congressional approval. Rather than lifting civilizations to new heights, he's splintering its foundations. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. In the real world, if guns are outlawed, only outlaws will have guns. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As Teacher Appreciation Week draws to a close, I am thrilled to recognize one of the many educators who has made an incredible impact on the lives of kids in my community, Mr. Mark Levine from the Panther Valley School District. A 6th grade math teacher, Mr. Levine has been a Panther Valley educator for 21 years. His love for teaching and mentoring extends beyond the classroom as the high school football coach, advisor for the Academic Quiz Challenge, and organizer of School Spirit Day. Hardworking and compassionate, Mr. Levine doubled the size of his math class to cover for a colleague on a leave of absence, twice. He's known as the big brother on staff, as a mentor to new teachers, and his energy inspires a love and curiosity for math in his students. Mr. Levine epitomizes the dedication of so many educators across Pennsylvania 7 who foster a lifelong love for learning in our kids. This week and every week, thank a teacher who made a difference in your life, your child's life, or a loved one's life. Someone like Panther Valley's Mr. Levine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, a racist, hateful individual traveled to my community of Buffalo, New York, to commit mass murder at a supermarket on Jefferson Avenue. Armed with an AR-15 assault weapon, he shot 13 people, killing 10 of them in less than 2 minutes. It is often said that The best way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Retired police officer Aaron Salter Jr., the security guard on duty that day, was a good guy with a gun, but he was outgunned by the bad guy with a bigger gun. But his weapon was no match for the military-grade body armor the shooter wore. Body armor designed for war zones has no place in our neighborhoods. Aaron Salter Jr. Responsible Body Armor Possession Act prohibits civilians from buying and selling enhanced body armor. It protects communities as well as law enforcement, answering the call when public safety is at risk. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this common sense safety bill. For the Buffalo community and for the many others who have forever been changed by mass shootings, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 2 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2, a bill to secure the borders of the United States and for other purposes.
The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each control 60 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on Inauguration Day, our border was secure. The Trump policies had slowed illegal immigration to a trickle. But that afternoon, Joe Biden reversed these policies, and in the last 17 months, the Democrats have deliberately admitted into our country more than 2.1 million illegal aliens. Now, that is larger than the entire population of the state of Nebraska. And while the Border Patrol was overwhelmed, more than 1.5 million known gotaways entered as well. That's an additional population larger than that of Hawaii. All of this in 27 months. But as we can see at this very moment, this was only a prelude to the mass invasion now unfolding before our eyes. The Border Patrol Union warned us yesterday, quote, "Field reports from agents across the southern border verify the enormity of this tidal wave of illegal aliens coming now. Huge groups are overwhelming stations, and it is completely out of control. Massive releases beginning, and it's going to get much worse," end quote. Now, for Americans, this means classrooms packed with non-English speaking students, hospitals flooded with illegals demanding uncompensated care, violent criminal cartels and gangs introduced into our communities, fentanyl killing an average of 300 Americans every day, suppressed wages for working Americans, and the collapse of the social safety net that was supposed to take care of Americans in need. For the millions of illegal migrants, it means exposure to hazardous conditions that have claimed 2,000 lives that we know of. Many arrive sick, traumatized, starved, brutalized, raped, and deeply in debt to the cartels. These are not asylum seekers. Asylum is a specific refuge for those singled out by their government for persecution because of race, religion, or political beliefs. Asylum is achieved by crossing the first international border that separates you from that government. Asylum is not an open invitation to bum rush our borders, but the Democrats have made it precisely that. If you make a fraudulent asylum claim, you're now guaranteed to receive immediate admission into our country. You get cash, a range of free goods and services, indefinite residency, and indefinite work authorizations. And when your claim is ultimately rejected by a clogged court system years in the future, you'll not be deported, and you only need to wait for the next amnesty. This makes a mockery of legitimate asylum, the sovereignty of our nation, and the rule of law. Our bill removes the incentives to break our laws by reinforcing the existing requirement that forbids releasing asylum claimants into the country until their claim is resolved. This bill also returns unaccompanied minors safely home, as we already do with children from Mexico or Canada. But this administration sends all other children to poorly vetted so-called sponsors in this country with little concern or follow-up over the conditions into which we have abandoned them. Many become indentured servants, slaves to the cartels and their gangs, forced into sex trafficking, labor trafficking, drug trafficking under horrific conditions. The only way to stop this trafficking is to return these children safely home. The cartels are paid thousands of dollars to bring them to the United States, and that will stop the moment we return these children to their homes. Every Border Patrol agent I've talked to tells me that this is the only way to stop this heartbreaking tragedy. And for those crossing as families, this measure keeps them together. It allows them to make their asylum claim and then to wait in Mexico or in a family residential center until their claim is heard. This measure removes the incentives for cartels to traffic children to pose as families in order to be automatically released into our country, as the Democrats are doing. I want to thank Mr. Biggs, Mr. Roy, Mr. Calvert, Mr. Carter of Texas, Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, Mr. Tiffany and Mr. Moran for their work that comprises the judiciary section of this bill, and my thanks to the many members who helped craft it into its current form. Yes, we are a nation of immigrants. We are also a nation of laws. Millions of immigrants come to our country legally every year. They obey our laws, they wait patiently, they do everything our country asks of them. But meanwhile, millions of illegal immigrants are cutting in line in front of them, aided, abetted, encouraged, and rewarded by Democratic officials. It's been said that this bill has no chance in the Senate, and that if it did pass, it would be vetoed by the President. Well, that is a question that the American people must ultimately decide before it is too late. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today the majority has brought forward a cruel, extreme, and unworkable piece of legislation which would wreck our economy, destroy the asylum system, criminalize visa overstays, send unaccompanied children back to dangerous situations, and jail children indefinitely. Once again, my Republican colleagues show us that they are not interested in finding real solutions to tough issues. This bill attempts to combine a variety of different bills, each one more cruel and heartless than the last, into one contradictory and overlapping mess. This bill has no chance of being enacted into law, and it is nothing more than pure political theater. My Republican colleagues are trying to take us back to the failed, illegal, and immoral policies of the Trump administration. Former President Trump's radical, inhumane, and racist immigration actions weakened the U.S. economy, undermined our moral standing in the world, and did not make us any safer. While trampling on some of our most deeply held American values, his erratic approach also failed to stem the flow of migrants across our border. Let's be very clear about what this legislation would do. When taken together, this bill serves as a wholesale ban on asylum. No one would be able to seek asylum in the United States if they crossed between ports of entry or if they had or could have had even temporary status in a third country. Let me give you an example of what this means. If the Russian dissident Alexei Navalny, whom Putin attempted to poison twice, was somehow released from his prison in Siberia and took a plane flight to seek political asylum in the United States, but the plane touched down for refueling in Bulgaria, he would have to stay in Bulgaria. He couldn't come to the United States. During the Judiciary Committee's markup, Democrats offered a variety of amendments to exempt the most vulnerable from some of these draconian requirements. This included those fleeing communist and totalitarian regimes and unaccompanied children. But the majority was not even willing to exempt children under a year old. The one place where we were able to make some bipartisan headway was on the issue of E-Verify. E-Verify is an electronic employment eligibility verification system that began as a voluntary pilot program and is currently used by a small percentage of the nation's employers. This bill would make that system mandatory for all employers in the United States. Without providing other reforms, however, including any meaningful opportunity for undocumented workers to regularize their status, this title would damage the U.S. economy, harm American workers, and result in billions of dollars in lost government revenue. In particular, mandatory E-Verify would decimate the agriculture industry, putting U.S. farms out of business, shipping millions of American jobs overseas, and increasing U.S. reliance on imported food. Mandatory E-Verify would result in hundreds of thousands of unfilled farm jobs and would leave unpicked crops rotting in the fields, as we saw in Georgia in 2011, when a mandatory E-Verify law in the state resulted in over 11,000 farm jobs going unfilled during the peak harvest season. Unfortunately, it appears that some of my Republican colleagues with significant agriculture interests in their districts are now willing to support this draconian legislation. Despite sincere concerns about how this provision would affect their constituents, they have caved to Republican leadership with the mere addition of a sense of Congress. That is pathetic. I've only scratched the surface of the many problems contained in this legislation. I have not even mentioned how this bill strips all protections from unaccompanied children and requires all families who come to our border seeking protection to be detained indefinitely, or the extreme lengths to which it goes to narrow the eligibility grounds for asylum, or how this bill would severely restrict this and any future administration's ability to parole individuals into the United States, even going so far as to end the current parole initiatives for Ukrainians fleeing Russia and for certain military families. That means that no Ukrainians fleeing the war in Russia would be allowed into this country. It also means that all Ukrainians here, after a time, would have to return to Ukraine, even if the war is still going on. Mr. Speaker, immigration reform is a complicated problem that requires complicated solutions, and an enforcement-only strategy simply doesn't work. Democrats have put forward real proposals, and we stand ready to work with serious Republicans to pass meaningful solutions. Democrats take this humanitarian crisis seriously. Our proposals address the root causes of migration, improve border security, and create additional legal pathways for people to enter the United States lawfully. But Republicans have chosen a narrow path that imposes extreme pain and hardship on the most vulnerable people while doing nothing to actually solve the problem. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this wrong-headed bill, and I ask the majority to go back to the drawing board. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, which is the most comprehensive border bill to reach the House floor in modern history. The Biden administration's border policies have led to a national security and humanitarian crisis at our southern border, turning every community into a border community. This administration's failure to secure the border has led to a record amount of illegal drugs both around the border and in our communities, and has enabled human trafficking and the exploitation of children. Recently, law enforcement in my community announced that they had seized enough fentanyl to kill every Floridian. In addition to the drugs flowing into our communities, we've seen a tragic flow of unaccompanied minors across our border, which has led many of them to fall victim to human trafficking, abuse, and mistreatment. A grand jury in Florida recently uncovered alarming details about federal agencies losing track of more than 20,000 children and failing to perform background checks on minor sponsors, again leading to incidents of trafficking, exploitation, and abuse. An open border is not humanitarian. When we fail to control our borders, the drug cartels will. House Republicans know that border security is national security, and that is why we must pass the Secure the Border Act. This legislation will increase the number of Border Patrol agents, strengthen current law to protect unaccompanied children, and bolster our borders infrastructure. We have a constitutional duty to secure our border and to ensure our communities back home are kept safe. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from the state of Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2, a shameful, unserious bill that would shutter our country's asylum system and make the situation at the border much worse. For decades, congressional Republicans have blocked efforts to reform outdated immigration laws, choosing to focus only on the border, believing that if we can be cruel enough, that would deter desperate people from seeking asylum at our nation's front door. That hasn't worked, and H.R. 2 is more of their same failed approach. We all want an orderly, well-managed border, especially those of us who live and raise our families on the border. But there's a critical difference that exists from there. Many of my Republican colleagues want no immigration at all, and many believe cruelty is an effective deterrent. But my Democratic colleagues and I, and indeed most Americans, know that we must and should have legal pathways coupled with enforcement and strategic investment in order to achieve a functional system. This bill is an extremist Republican wish list that caters to the party's most warped values by jailing children and families and extinguishing asylum. The cruelty, unfortunately, is the point. It's no wonder that this bill has been called unchristian. I represent El Paso, Texas. I'm a proud third-generation El Pasoan, and it's where I raised my 2 children. My community has been at the forefront of immigration for decades, and El Pasoans have always stepped up to help migrants. Our local governments and NGOs work alongside U.S. Customs and Border Protection to provide migrants with food, a place to sleep, and assistance finding transportation to their next destination. We collaborate the best we can, united in our shared humanity. In 2019, for the first time, local partners became eligible to receive federal funding for this work, and that's been critical to El Paso and other border communities. H.R. 2 will bring that funding to an end and would make it illegal for NGOs to provide any services, from a bottle of water to a safe place to sleep. Let me remind you of Matthew 35:36, for I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I needed clothes and you clothed me. I was sick and you looked after me. This bill would decimate the systems that border communities have built and would literally, by design, create humanitarian catastrophe. Because of this and many other shameful provisions, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand against this bill and work with those of us who are committed to a real bipartisan solution. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to make it clear that Biden's border policies are anything but compassionate. Nearly 300 suspected terrorists have been caught trying to cross our border this year, and those are just the ones we caught. How many actually made it through? As we speak, American border towns are being flooded with unvetted migrants that have nowhere to go. City streets are becoming homeless encampments. Farmland is being trampled. Migrants from over 100 countries, including China, Russia, are paying up to $15,000 apiece to be smuggled across our border by criminal cartel. If they can't pay, migrants are forced to work off their debt. The administration is creating a program of either drug mules or indentured servants. Many of these migrant children brought here by false advertisements of free passage in their countries. The Biden administration has lost 85,000 children. This is unacceptable. These are the things that should keep Americans awake at night. Our border is dangerous not only for the American people whose communities are being pumped full of drugs and crime, but also those seeking to cross it illegally who turn into slaves or drug mules. The numbers are clear. 85,000 children we've lost, 1,000 migrant bodies found along the southern border, 120,000 fentanyl deaths in our country, and the numbers continue to rise. Where is the compassion in that? President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas must answer for the counting fentanyl deaths, the illegal encounters, and the unaccompanied children we've lost. A closed border is a compassionate border, and this week Republicans have brought a real solution to the table by introducing H.R. 2. I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's lots wrong with this bill. It's been mentioned by others, turning away children back to their smugglers at the border and the like. But I want to focus on the issue of those fleeing communist oppression. For years, we had bipartisan agreement. We welcome those who flee communist oppression. Today is Vietnam Human Rights Day, and it reminds us that we welcomed 1 million refugees fleeing communism in Vietnam. We welcomed Cubans fleeing Fidel Castro. We welcomed Nicaraguans and Venezuelans who fled communist oppression. This bill would upend that tradition. It would turn away people who are fleeing oppression from communist and totalitarian persecution. Now, there was a time when both of us, on both sides of the aisle, opposed communism and welcomed people who were fleeing communist oppression. What happened to you? I stand on the side of political dissidents who believe in freedom and who are fleeing communist oppression. There's one more thing. This bill would cripple American agriculture. I realize there was a fig leaf added about an assessment on ag. We all know that will not work. The Bipartisan Farm Workforce Modernization Act, which this House passed twice, had E-Verify in the bill, but only with the reforms for ag. I believe our laws ought to be enforced, but we need laws that can work. And that's what our bipartisan farm workforce bill did. This bill doesn't do that. An estimated half of farm workers in America are undocumented. Kick them out of the fields, and farmers are going to hurt big time. The cost of food will skyrocket. This is a very poor idea. I'll just say this. All of us, want to have an orderly system. The disorder is obvious at the border, but this bill won't fix that. It's mean, but it won't fix it. We have a variety of proposals to reform the immigration laws. We're still working on the outline from the 1965 Act. Small wonder it doesn't work very well for America in 2023. I would urge a no vote on this bill, and I would urge all of my colleagues to work with us together to craft measures in immigration and immigration enforcement that will actually work for the United States. This bill doesn't do that, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of H.R. 2, Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In just a few hours, the Biden administration will end the enforcement of Title 42. This administration estimates that we could see 13,000 immigrant encounters per day at the border. So clearly allowing 42 to end with no plan to secure our border is not only negligent, but it severely jeopardizes the national security interests of our country. But you see, the cataclysm facing our border is not just due to the end of Title 42, Mr. Speaker, but also to this administration's complete abdication to do even the bare minimum to secure our southern border. And it is negligence and incompetence, Mr. Speaker, with fatal consequences. Instead, the administration has relinquished control to the narco-terrorist cartels who now control the southern border of the United States. The Biden administration's policies are dangerous to our national security, Mr. Speaker, but they have deadly consequences for Americans and for immigrants alike. Heck, even the New York Times has highlighted the fact that 90,000 unaccompanied minors are unaccounted for and, frankly, are possibly being trafficked. It is immoral, Mr. Speaker, that the Biden administration refuses to take action to end human trafficking, stop the deadly influx of drugs into the United States, confront the cartels, protect those minors that are being trafficked, and enhance our outdated asylum process. And those, by the way, who have legitimate claims, those folks are also victims of this broken system. However, today, this House has a solution to help take back control of our border. H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, which I'm so proud to have sponsored with my colleague and friend, Mr. McClintock, provides real solutions to restore order to the southern border, strengthen our national security, enhance our broken immigration system, and protect innocent minors while enforcing the rule of law. The rule of law, Mr. Speaker. So if you're concerned about our national security or the safety of our fellow Americans and immigrants, the safety of our immigrants, or the rule of law, I respectfully but frankly strongly urge you to vote for this great bill, H.R. 2. I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to support legislation that fairly and appropriately addresses the serious shortcomings in our country's immigration laws. But unfortunately, H.R. 2 is not that bill. H.R. 2 is a false promise to the extreme Republican base. The Senate has already made it clear that this bill is dead on arrival. But even if the bill somehow passed, it does not provide funding to build a wall, nor hire more Border Patrol officers, nor retain those we already have. A cornerstone of H.R. 2 and its first major provision is a return to Donald Trump's quest to build a wall along our southern border. But the Republican bill doesn't even provide the money to pay for it. The bill calls for a wall that is at least 900 miles long, but it would not stop the flow of fentanyl. The Sinaloa cartel in Mexico routinely drives by the wall that's already there, flies over the wall, and tunnels underneath it, as we learned during the DOJ takedown of the Sinaloa cartel a few weeks ago. The wall would also be a financial disaster. H.R. 2 presumes that the wall would be funded with unspent money that has been allocated for the wall, but former President Trump siphoned away much of the unspent funds for the wall from other departments, and the programs for those funds were eventually regained their funding. According to the CBO's analysis, another 160 miles of the wall would have to be built to reach the 900-mile mandate that is in the bill. In estimating these costs, CBO wrote, CBO estimates an average cost per mile of $25 million. CBO expects that previously appropriated amounts would cover the cost of 80 miles of construction. Thus, CBP would estimate an additional $2 billion to complete the other 80 miles. And on top of that, the Republicans just announced that they proposed a 22% cut across the board for much of the government, including DHS. In March, I joined my colleagues on a visit to the southern border. We met with Customs and Border Patrol officers. The border officers were unanimous in the need for more resources, more agents, and more technology. We took their comments to heart. During the markup, Democrats sought to provide more immigration judges, more processing centers that combined federal, state, and local resources, but those amendments were also voted down by Republicans. Democrats also sought to ensure that Border Patrol officers were paid according to the established civil pay scale, expand technology to X-ray trucks at the border, where over 90% of the fentanyl enters the United States, boost the quantity and quality of drones used by our officers to cut the cartel's 17-to-1 advantage in drones they now use to traffic drugs and other contraband, add 1,700 Border Patrol officers to manage the border and intercept the flow of illegal drugs such as fentanyl. But all of these amendments were rejected by our Republican colleagues. Worse still, the Republican bill prohibits NGOs like the Red Cross and Salvation Army from providing essential goods and services to migrants who desperately need them. This is why many groups have written letters of opposition to H.R. 2, including the U.S. Conference of Bishops.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Ranking Member. This is why many groups have written letters of opposition to H.R. 2, including the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, the AFL-CIO, Catholic Charities, and 136 humanitarian aid organizations that signed a joint letter of opposition. For example, the Bishop of El Paso and the chairman of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops Committee on Migration wrote, "As drafted, these provisions could be interpreted to prevent schools, houses of worship, and other organizations from qualifying for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program amid a rise in violent attacks on those places." The bishop also noted that DHS's ability to rescue persons encountered in the desert and life-threatening circumstances and process unaccompanied children, victims of trafficking, victims of torture, and others who even under this bill's terms would warrant such processing could be precluded. Mr. Speaker, for these and many other reasons, I thoroughly oppose H.R. 2. The bill certainly does not offer anything that even
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman's time's expired.
I strongly oppose the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the delegate from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2 because protecting America's borders also means protecting my community. Guam is geographically closer to China than any other part of the United States. And for that reason, I view border security as an important piece of national security. While securing the border, H.R. 2 also makes it easier for employers to hire H-2A workers. And I support these efforts because the similar H-2B visa program is an irreplaceable source of labor for the Department of Defense and is absolutely necessary to supplement Guam's construction labor force, which ultimately serves the purpose of protecting our nation. I thank my colleagues for their work on H.R. 2. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023, scheduled for vote on the House floor later today. This legislation is harmful, dangerous, irresponsible, and just plain wrong. Instead of securing the border, this bill will separate families, put human lives at risk, lead to more unlawful migration by blocking off lawful pathways to protection, and waste taxpayer dollars on an ineffective wall that can't even withstand wind, much less criminal smuggling cartels. Instead of treating this like the emergency that it is, House Republicans focus on immigration slowly at the border, providing billions of dollars in so-called border security, building walls, increasing personnel, and rapid expulsion policies. Since 1998, at least 8,000 undocumented migrants have died attempting to cross the border from Mexico and the U.S. People are dying. They're dying every day. Children are exploited. They're exploited every day. Families are being separated. They're being separated every day. We have all been waiting for many years, 27 years in fact, since the last meaningful legislation of immigration reform passed by this body. But since then, Republicans have rejected every bill that's been proposed. This bill, again, is wrong. It's not a solution. It is a slap in the face to our immigration system. There is no time left, Mr. Speaker. This bill is extreme, it's wrong, and what we really need is safe immigration law now. I urge a no vote on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I also ask unanimous consent to add the text of this amendment to the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to yield 3 minutes to Mr. Moran of Texas, the author of one of the measures in the bill.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me thank Judiciary Chairman Mr. Jim Jordan of Ohio, my colleagues Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida, Mr. McClintock of California, and Mr. Green of Tennessee for working so diligently on this comprehensive border security package, one that will work to physically secure our borders, protect the sovereignty of our nation, protect the lives, livelihoods, and property of our current American citizens and those that are here legally, and give hope to those from outside our country who seek to find a better life here by restoring surety and sanity to the immigration process. The ability of our nation to continue to be the world's haven and leader in both liberty and generosity is directly related to our ability to first preserve the rule of law here, protect the sanctity of America's geographic boundaries, and preserve the greatness of our nation from within. Earlier this year, in a hearing in the House Judiciary Committee, the El Paso County judge said explicitly and without reservation that there was, quote, no crisis at the southern border. But the facts, the pictures, the videos, and the personal testimonies of those on the border tell a different story. Ironically, just last week, the mayor of the city of El Paso declared a state of emergency for the city because of this very border crisis. For 2 years now, Secretary Mayorkas has told the American people that the Department of Homeland Security has, quote, operational control on the southern border. But we know better. Despite the administration sending 1,500 U.S. troops to the border just in the past couple weeks, these actions are too little, too late. More correctly, they are illusory in nature. Though we do need additional personnel on the border, what we really need is an administration with the resolve to simply enforce the rule of law and put American families ahead of politics. For too long, this administration has turned a blind eye to the crisis at the southern border. They have not enforced the policies and laws currently in place, and as a result, we've seen an influx of migrants crossing our border and illegally entering the United States over the last 2 years. These 11th hour measures taken by the Secretary of Homeland Security will sadly have a little to no effect on stopping this historic surge because there is no will, no resolve, and no determination by the administration to stop this invasion. That is why the House Republicans today are going to take decisive and historic action to do just as the American people need, and that is to secure our border. In East Texas, we see the direct and dire consequences of non-existent immigration policies, and many more outside Texas in the past couple of years are beginning to see this as well. Now is the time to take action. Now is the time to act with courage and boldness. Now is the time to pass H.R. 2, the Secure the Borders Act of 2023. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our colleagues from the side of the aisle for taking on such an important and difficult task, immigration reform, the refugee crisis. And my friends on the other side are absolutely correct. Title 42 is ending today. But I have to remind you, when many of you voted to lift the COVID-19 emergency, you legally, effectively voted to end Title 42. Don't forget that. You voted to lift Title 42. Today, we are facing a worldwide refugee crisis, the likes that we haven't seen since World War II. And in World War II, we had 60 million refugees moving throughout Europe. This is what we're facing today. It's not only the United States, Mexico, Guatemala, Colombia, who's housing 2.4 million Venezuelan refugees. This is a challenge for all of us. We need real solutions. And under existing laws, we do have some solutions. I'm probably the only legislator here today that went to visit the Ukrainian refugee camps in Tijuana, Mexico, about a year ago. Let me tell you what I found. Ukrainian refugees in Tijuana waiting to cross into the United States. What did we do? We lifted Title 42. We gave them temporary protective status, walked them into the United States. Today, that refugee camp is gone. Why? Because those refugees can apply for status from Europe directly. That's a model that worked under existing laws. And the administration, this Biden administration, is implementing something very similar to that as we speak. Your proposal, my good friends on the other side of the aisle, has some challenges. I want to start by talking with the biggest one, E-Verify, mandatory E-Verify. We have a labor shortage in this country. Every time I get the small businessmen here, large businessmen, the farmers especially, 50% of our farm workers are undocumented today in this country. They're the ones who pick our crops. Forced E-Verify, you're essentially making small business owners criminals. They're going to have to choose between firing those employees, harvesting their crops, or becoming criminals. That's not the intent of your legislation, but that is effectively what you are doing today. And my colleague from California knows that because that's why he pushed an amendment for the farming industry, for this exact reason. But we not only have farmers, we have small businesses as well in this country. I would say E-Verify without true immigration reform is not going to work. My friends, I reach out to you across the aisle and say, let's do this for America. Let's fix our broken immigration system, and let's address this worldwide refugee challenge right now. Mr. Speaker, I yield. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. And members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today as a proud product of the American dream. I became a U.S. citizen in 2006, and today, 17 years later, I stand here as a member of the United States Congress. I also stand here as a representative of southeastern Arizona. What's happening at the border is not part of the American dream my family pursued and thousands of other families continue to pursue. We've seen babies abandoned in rivers, migrants dying in deserts, high-speed car chases through neighborhoods, and 85,000 children disappear after being released from HHS custody. We have a border crisis, a humanitarian crisis, and on the front lines of our border communities, Americans have been failed by the government designed to protect them. While our country suffers because of this administration's inaction, House Republicans have proposed a solution. H.R. 2 gives our agents and officers the resources they desperately need, closes loopholes in an abused asylum system, and protects innocent children from harm. This bill is a step away from the chaos we are seeing and a step closer to helping others achieve the American dream I've been so blessed to live. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Let me thank the gentleman and ask that I have the ability to submit my statement into the record, unanimous consent. It is important to really take a look at what we're doing here today. And it is very obvious that we are addressing this question from the perspective of punishing families and punishing our children. Yes, the children. The children are of all of us, because we know that no matter what country you're in, the children are our future. And so this legislation that is supposed to be a border security bill done without bipartisanship and extensively rejecting thoughtful amendments given by the members of the Judiciary Committee and Homeland Security. And so in Houston, this is to create an added nightmare in order not to be able to help those who are in need. Because they are coming, because in fact, there are processes where they are able to access the process of asylum. The fear that is made and given to the American people is to create hysteria rather than reason. I don't know what happened to the very reasonable comprehensive immigration reform led by the late John McCain. Republicans dished it, leaving DACA recipients, people who are EMS and doctors and lawyers, still in limbo. So here we come again with this bill that is the child deportation bill. And it says in Houston to Catholic Charities or the National Association of Christian Churches that is helping in New York that you will be made criminals because we will not allow you to help those who are coming forward who have status with paperwork for an asylum, but yet they are still unstatus, undocumented. It makes it absolutely impossible to come to the border to seek asylum. It upends the process and protections in place for unaccompanied children and requires all migrants seeking admission without a visa either to be detained or subjected to a program that Trump had. And we know if we have someone who is going to, in essence, pardon all of the January 6 persons, that is not a reliable policy. It is clear that mandating indefinite detention for all asylum-seeking families and children is a deportation bill for children. Allowing children to be detained in the Border Patrol facilities for an entire month is a cruel and inhumane act. Hold a 9-month-old baby in your arms who was separated from their family. And maybe then, as I did, almost 6 years, almost more than 6 years, almost 10 years ago, this has been ongoing through all administrations. And the only reason that the past administration had a Title 42 is because of the pandemic. We need not to have that patchwork of disaster. We need to be able to ensure that we are working studiously to ensure. Let me share with you these numbers, because people are... People are, in fact,
He's recognized.
Alarmed, and they need to know that the migrants coming in are from Mexico. We do have an OTM other than Mexican people already going back. India, China, the Philippines, East Salvador, Vietnam, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, and Korea. So it is a widely diverse based upon the persecution that people are feeling or the economic lack of life. I would only say that as we proceeded to do this work, do you know, as I leave this podium, that if you're an overstay in a hospital, you can automatically be criminally charged. And an amendment that I said, what is the intent? Do you know whether they were in the hospital? They had a funeral. They were, in essence, near death. No mercy. This legislation needs to go back to the drawing boards, and Americans and Houstonians are asking for us to do the right thing and to get security at the border and not have a bill that does nothing. That's what it does, absolutely nothing. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, since Joe Biden took office, 5 million illegal border crossers encountered, 2 million illegal aliens released into the country, another 2 million, over 370,000 unaccompanied alien children have been encountered on the border, and the Biden administration has lost track of 85,000 kids. 85,000 of that number, and nearly 200 on the terrorist watch list have been encountered on our border. And at midnight tonight, it gets worse. It gets worse tonight. And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. It's all been done intentionally. Day one, January 20th, 2021, Joe Biden said, no more wall, no more remain in Mexico. You get to the border, you get released into the country. Well, Shazam, everyone's going to come. And that's exactly what's happened. They're all coming, and tonight it gets worse. And it was done in premeditated fashion, deliberate fashion, purposeful. It was all done intentionally, which is I cannot figure out why they would do this. And who seized on this? The cartels. They're making tons of money, exploiting people, exploiting kids. It's terrible. This bill, strongest immigration enforcement legislation in modern times, does all kinds of good things on E-Verify, visa overstay, parole authority, the Flores decision, unaccompanied alien children, the asylum reforms. But the best part of this bill, the key component of this bill, is where we say, if you come to our country, you will get to, according to the law, file your asylum claim. We're going to follow the law. But you will be detained or you will be returned while your claim is adjudicated. We change the incentive. If you don't do that, you never solve this problem. That's what this legislation does. And I want to thank the leadership of our conference, the speaker, the leader, the whip, the conference chair. I want to thank the staff. Andrea Loving and her staff did an amazing job. I want to thank Mr. Biggs, Mr. Bentz, Mr. Roy, Mr. Tiffany, Mr. Calvert, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, Moran, and Chairman Green, and Mr. Diaz-Balart, who sponsored the legislation. But the guy who deserves the most thanks is the chairman of the subcommittee on immigration. Without his work, without his effort, and how he stuck to this issue and got it done, this doesn't happen. This is a good day for the country. Let's hope the Senate will take up this bill after we pass it, because this is the only thing that will help stop the craziness that now for 28 months has been going on our southern border. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Speaker, when I hear the rhetoric on the other side, it's one of the very few times I say to myself, thank God for the existence of the United States Senate. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. From day one, Republicans made clear that they would pursue an unworkable enforcement-only approach. I was encouraged when I saw some of my Republican colleagues courageously standing up to their caucus to fight to protect access to asylum. And yet here we are today debating a cruel, an extreme, and an unworkable bill that guts asylum for everyone who does not live in a neighboring country or cannot afford to fly directly to the United States to seek protection. A bill that bars anyone who seeks protection by entering the country between ports of entry from ever being able to obtain asylum, even if they are an unaccompanied child or fleeing from a totalitarian dictatorship. A bill that decimates Customs and Border Protection's ability to process people for asylum at ports of entry. a bill that mandates indefinite family detention and the detention of children. One Republican colleague told us that, quote, trying to ban legitimate asylum claims is very anti-American. His words, not mine. Another Republican said it will never pass the Senate if we're only talking border security. Yet another Republican cautioned against only moving border security legislation, saying it's immoral and it's wrong that we as a society allow for millions and millions of people to live in the shadows. I was encouraged by those comments, Mr. Speaker, because it showed me that there were people on the other side who understood at least at some level that what happens at the border is simply a symptom of an immigration system that desperately needs to be modernized to meet the needs of our economy and our family. I thought that perhaps we would be able to work together in a bipartisan way on those pieces instead of trying the same 30-year-old failed strategy of cruel enforcement-only methods that continue to destroy legal pathways and violate our values. We all know those simply don't work. Unfortunately, it sounds like the Speaker has tempted those individuals who were talking with their values to now vote yes with a few meaningless concessions and promises. Their constituents will still know exactly what they're doing when they vote yes on this bill. The bill before us today has only gotten more extreme from when those initial comments were made. It still ends asylum. It still strips protections for unaccompanied children. It still mandates the detention of families and children, and it will still wreck our economy. What Democrats are committed to, what our families and our country need, is to have an updated, orderly process for people to come to America, to stay, to work here, to be with their families and their loved ones, to have the ability to travel back and forth, to be seen in a country that too often uses immigrants without giving them full dignity and respect. The immigration system is made up of many different legal pathways, whether you're a refugee fleeing war and economic devastation, or an asylee that's fleeing persecution, or a worker who's seeking to come here and work in the many fields that demand immigrant labor and skills, from agriculture to healthcare, whether you're a child or a parent or a sibling who seeks to be reunited with your immediate family, whether you're somebody who wants to start a small business or lead a major company. Unfortunately, the previous administration stripped so many of those pathways, decimated the funding to process those who seek to come in, and did nothing for those who have been here, often for 15 years or more. That is why Democrats have put forward real, bipartisan solutions to humanely fix and modernize the immigration system, including the recently introduced comprehensive bill by Linda Sanchez to reform our immigration system in a humane way. Immigration has been the unique genius of America's history, necessary to our economic vitality, necessary to the success of the country. We know what we need to do to fix the system, Mr. Speaker. That's not a question in terms of policy. In fact, just 10 years ago, a bipartisan comprehensive immigration bill passed the U.S. Senate with 68 bipartisan votes, only to come to this floor, the floor of the House, where the Republican majority refused to bring it to a vote. Why? Why, Mr. Speaker, did it not come to a vote in the House with that huge of a bipartisan majority in the Senate? Because Republicans in the House knew that it would pass in a bipartisan way, and somehow my friends on the other side think that it benefits them to have an immigration system that is broken so they can continue to vilify and demonize immigrants who are here and stop them from doing the work they need to do and being respected. We need to call this hypocrisy out over and over
Mr.
again.
Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional minute.
The American people support immigration, and we are ready. We are ready, Mr. Speaker, to work with serious Republicans to pass meaningful reforms. Not an enforcement-only strategy that will continue to be a failed strategy no matter who's in the White House, but actually a strategy that allows people to come to this country, that upholds our values, that is not un-American, but is the very essence of what America stands for so many people around the United States, including me, somebody who came here at 16 years old by myself to this country, and now, after so many years of fighting for this country, am able to be here as a United States Congress member. Those are the values that we need to remember. Vote no on this extreme, unworkable, cruel bill. It is a patchwork of overlapping and contradictory bills that are just about enforcement only, not about real solutions. It is clear that my friends on the other side do not have real solutions to this issue and just want to keep this out there so we can continue to demonize immigrants. Democrats will not stand for it. Vote no.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nails.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. We are here today because Joe Biden opened his mouth. When Joe Biden took office, he had to do nothing. He had to do nothing to secure our southern border. All he had to do was keep President Trump's policies in place. Instead, he halted the construction of the Trump border wall, left over 150 miles of planned border wall unbuilt. And as I stand here today, materials are lying at our border, lying on the ground, they're rusting in the sun as hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens wait to flood into our country. And to date, folks, over 5 million illegal aliens have invaded our border, and an additional 1.5 million of them, the bad hombres, have evaded capture since Joe Biden took over. This historic legislation restores Trump-era immigration policies that prioritize the safety of the American people, takes away the incentives that the Biden administration created to encourage illegal aliens to enter our country, and defends our brave Border Patrol agents, and of course reforms the asylum process. H.R. 2 criminalizes those who overstay their visas, stops the abuse of parole authority to bypass immigration law, and helps employers to ensure that the workers they are hiring are legal and authorized to work in the United States. It is past time we restore law and order at our southern border. We cannot continue to allow illegal aliens to infiltrate our country, kill American citizens, rob hardworking Americans of health care and other services, increase housing costs, crowd our nation's public schools, and create a country filled with chaos. And you think the homeless problem is bad now? Just wait. The Biden administration has failed to prioritize the safety of our country, our families, our livelihoods, and our children's future. House Republicans are committed to securing the border and ending the national security crisis that the Joe Biden administration has created and ignored. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and let's take back control of our southern border and restore the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. You know, rain can be a blessing or a curse, depending on whether we get too much or too little. And like water, America can be sustained, our prosperity and our strength, by the flow of people who want to come here if they can come here legally. What Republicans rave about as a crisis, if properly addressed, represents a great opportunity for our country. By overcoming Republican opposition last year, we have achieved the lowest unemployment in America in 50 years. If every single American who is reported as unemployed today were to take a job, we would still have millions of unfilled jobs in this country. Our economy is crying out, help wanted, to which Republicans respond, keep out. Build a wall to wall us off from the rest of the world. Well, we have a serious worker shortage. Our economic growth today is being slowed because so many businesses cannot find the workers they need to fulfill the needs of their customers. Yet just across our border are a host of people who are looking for a job. We need construction workers. We need workers to care for the old and the ill and the young, restaurant and other service jobs. Some of them are very highly skilled, and some of them are hardly skilled. If some immigrants could work in this country and come here legally and go home when they need to, they wouldn't be risking their lives in deserts, dying in dangerous rivers, and sitting on the streets of our border communities. Certainly, we cannot take everyone who wants to come here. We need rules for orderly immigration, for fairness. They're the rules that Republicans have blocked in this Congress for years. So long as they see anti-immigrant hysteria as more valuable to them politically than finding a solution, we're not going to get there. Today's vote represents just their latest refusal to accept reality, another refusal to enact a comprehensive and reasonable system for legal entry for workers. And there is, of course, a humanitarian aspect. Our dreamers, brought here as little children, now many adults, facing years of uncertainty. A nurse, a Travis County prosecutor, a teacher, many students that I have met personally who still don't know how long they can tell their employer they can work. So much they have to contribute. Multiple studies showing they will only strengthen our economy. And there are other families in Texas border towns today who have risked everything to escape oppression, corrupt and authoritarian governments like Venezuela. Many of them have legitimate claims for political asylum, but the Republicans have abandoned the promise of our Statue of Liberty. Another 15 seconds.
I grant the gentleman another 30 seconds.
America's strength has always been found in our diversity. Let's overcome the fear-mongering, the anti-immigrant hysteria, and do the serious, hard work of passing genuine, comprehensive immigration reform. Let's turn immigration into a true win for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to my colleague and neighbor from California, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman is recognized.
Secure the border. Mr. Speaker, this isn't something we should have to insist upon. It shouldn't be controversial. It shouldn't be a source of partisan contention. It is a basic, foundational responsibility of government, and one that is currently being neglected like never before, with devastating consequences all across our country. Perhaps the worst of those consequences is the fentanyl crisis. We are seeing staggering amounts of fentanyl pour across the southern border, flooding our communities with illicit and lethal pills, killing tens of thousands of Americans every year. We know exactly where these drugs are coming from. The Biden administration's own drug enforcement agency admits that Mexican-based cartels are responsible for the vast majority of fentanyl and meth that is killing Americans. Just over the past year alone, the DEA seized 193 million deadly doses of fentanyl. This is now the leading cause of death for young people in our country, more than car accidents, more than suicides, more than anything. It is affecting every community in our country, including my own. During the State of the Union, I was honored to have as my guests 2 of the nation's leading advocates for fentanyl awareness, and those are the parents of a young man named Zach Didier, who tragically lost his life. He was a senior at Whitney High School, a standout student, and from one pill, with no history of drug use, tragically lost his life. His parents then had to go through the gut-wrenching experience of seeing him get letters in the mail accepting him to some of our nation's leading universities after he had passed away. There simply can be no doubt, it is beyond doubt, that the current failure to secure our border is resulting in tragic and avoidable loss of life every day. Today, we have a chance to do something about it by passing H.R. 2. This is one of the most important bills that will be considered in the 118th Congress. It's one of the most important pieces of legislation that we will ever vote upon.
Gentleman's time
it is
is
a
expired.
comprehensive border security package, and I urge an aye vote.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 2, this harmful partisan Republican legislation, for many reasons, but especially because it will endanger people seeking asylum. This bill takes us backward after years of acknowledging the need for comprehensive immigration reform. The expansion of family detention in this bill will hurt children and families. It's costly, and it does not work as the majority claims. Mental health and medical experts agree. Jailing immigrant families exposes children to high levels of trauma and distress. We should be expanding effective programs like family case management. But this bill guts the program, will undermine its proven record of close to 90% compliance. We live in a country of immigrants, and our nation is stronger because of its diversity. I urge all of my colleagues to oppose building walls and detention centers and support comprehensive, humane immigration reform that will strengthen our economy, enhance our security, and reflect our core values as Americans. And Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Social Security and Medicine about the high levels of mental health distress experienced by children who are held in immigration detention. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have a crisis at our southern border. It is a crisis that started in earnest on the day this president was sworn into office. On day one of his presidency, he began issuing executive orders to end the successful policies implemented by the Trump administration. In total, President Biden issued 94 executive orders related to the border within his first 100 days in office, and the results have been disastrous. Over 10 times the population of my home state of Wyoming has illegally crossed the border since Joe Biden has been president. At the same time, over 14,000 pounds of fentanyl have come across the southwest border, enough to kill over 3.1 billion people. Through the first 6 months of 2023, 80 people who appeared on the terror watch list have been caught trying to cross into the United States, more than the last 5 years combined. How many slipped through? We don't know. These numbers show that without a doubt, Joe Biden has enabled the largest drug smuggling and human trafficking operation in U.S. history, and he has made our country less safe in the process. Stopping illegal immigration is the #1 issue for my constituents in Wyoming. We must fix this situation, and H.R. 2 does just that. It is time to finish the wall, end catch and release, protect women and children from human traffickers, stop the illegal drugs flowing into the country, fix our broken asylum process, and force this administration to finally address the disaster that they have created. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
The gentleman has 25¼ minutes remaining.
25¼
25.25.
0.25
minutes.
I thank the Speaker.
Not seconds.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'm the son of immigrants and proud to represent the heart of Texas here in the United States Congress. For generations, my family has moved back and forth between Texas and Mexico, Mexico and Texas. People immigrate, sometimes in search of safety, sometimes for economic opportunity, but always for family and a better life. What folks aren't immigrating for is to bring fentanyl into the country, as folks on the other side of the aisle have been talking about time after time after time in committee. It was laid out very clearly that over 90% of folks arrested for fentanyl trafficking are U.S. citizens and lawful residents. That's why this Republican anti-immigrant bill, H.R. 2, is cruel, extreme, and not based on fact. It would destroy the asylum system, cage children and families indefinitely, and make the situation at our border worse. In fact, this bill would eliminate funding for much of the remaining legal immigration system that we have, leading to chaos. But chaos, unfortunately, is what top Republican officials want. They want the immigration system to stay broken so that they can blame Democrats for it. This is a case of arsonists blaming the firefighters for the flames. For example, Congressman Castro and I worked with the Biden administration to expedite funding to Texas this month to ensure that migrants can sleep in a safe shelter while they process their immigration case instead of being in a tent on the border. In stark contrast, this Republican bill in front of us today would ban these sorts of shelters and services. Migrants sleeping on the streets of Texas may be a better shot for Fox News cameras, but it's a much worse deal for everyday people. In Texas, we are still mourning those killed by a mass shooter in Allen. We're seeking justice for the kids and the teachers killed in Uvalde. We haven't fixed our electric grid, and people are struggling to pay the rent and the mortgage. We need help from this Congress, but instead we get hate for immigrants. We should be creating an economy that works for everyone, immigrant and native-born. We should be expanding our freedoms, not ripping away people's rights. Let's welcome asylum seekers fleeing violence and catastrophe with a safe and orderly system. Let's create pathways for legal immigration rather than the broken system today that forces people to go around the rules. Let's work towards a safer and more just and more prosperous Western Hemisphere so that we reduce those factors that are pushing mass migration. Let's look at the role of U.S. sanctions that starve people abroad instead of feeding them. Let's recognize that immigrants are a key part of our past and our present in this country. Many of our joint faith traditions call for us to care for our neighbors, near and far. I remember when my priest told me the story of how the Holy Family was prosecuted by King Herod, and how Jesus, Mary, and Joseph had to flee across the border into Egypt, across a big river. The priest said he forgets whether the river was called the Nile or the Rio Grande, but it's besides the point. Today, our story is no different. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time we have remaining?
The gentleman from California has 36 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, the author of one of the measures in this package.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation, which is long overdue. For the last 2 years, this administration has systematically and deliberately erased our border. They have unleashed a tidal wave of illegal aliens and deadly drugs into our communities. They have enriched the cartels and human traffickers. They have disrespected the millions of legal immigrants who followed our laws and came here the right way. They have pushed our local hospitals and schools to the breaking point and forced you, the American people, to pick up the tab. Mr. Speaker, that ends today. This bill would restart border wall construction. It would add more Border Patrol agents. It would crack down on people gaming our asylum laws. And it would end the failed policy of catch and release. I'm also pleased that this legislation includes a measure I authored to end the administrative flagrant abuse of parole. As everyone in this chamber knows, parole authority is limited. It allows for the admission of foreigners without a visa under very narrow circumstances for urgent humanitarian reasons on an individual case-by-case basis. It was intended to accommodate, for example, a young child seeking immediate, life-saving medical treatment that is only available here in the United States. But that's not how President Biden has used it. Instead, he has converted this narrow avenue into an open borders superhighway, indiscriminately admitting more than 1 million illegal immigrants over just the last 2 years. This is not just wrong, it is reckless. It's time to restore the rule of law, and it's time to restrain the dangerous impulses of this administration. Mr. Speaker, Americans are tired of the chaos. They deserve an immigration system that puts the safety and well-being of Americans first, and that's exactly what this bill does. I ask for a yes vote on the bill. And I would just like to close by thanking the gentleman from California who did such a stellar job of shepherding this bill through the Judiciary Committee and now on to the House floor. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from New York. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 2, the Child Deportation Act. This bill is not a serious attempt to fix our broken immigration system and address the humanitarian crisis at our southern border. Rather, H.R. 2 is an anti-immigrant MAGA wish list. It would put kids in cages and allow them to be held in Border Patrol facilities for up to 30 days, 10 times longer than current law. It would place unaccompanied children at risk of human trafficking, sexual exploitation, and violence. It would bar non-governmental organizations like the Red Cross and Catholic Charities from working with our government to shelter immigrants, creating dangerous and inhumane conditions for our border communities. It would decimate our asylum system by creating new and arbitrary restrictions for asylum seekers, all while gutting programs such as humanitarian parole that have been proven to reduce the number of arrivals at our border. It would exacerbate the crisis by tearing down our humanitarian assistance programs while reassigning border agents away from stopping the transport of illegal drugs like fentanyl. H.R. 2 will cause irreparable harm to children and families, undermine our international leadership, and hurt our economy. Yesterday, House Democrats presented a serious framework for how to fix and modernize our immigration system. The U.S. Citizenship Act, or USCA, recognizes that a robust, humane, and efficient immigration system makes America stronger. It would actually alleviate the humanitarian crisis at the southern border by helping the president address the root causes of migration and providing resources to humanely and efficiently process children and families who seek asylum here. And it would reunite families, fix our visa backlog, protect immigrant workers from unscrupulous employers, and ensure no future president can ban entire groups based on religion. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, the author of one of the other measures in this package.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from California. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been so much misinformation here on the floor today. I think we've got to set the facts straight here. Look, it's clear that providing refuge for individuals fleeing persecution has been a central tenet of U.S. immigration law for decades. The asylum process itself is a testament to America's history as a beacon of hope, freedom, and opportunity for millions around the world. But here's the deal. Unfortunately, drug cartels and activist judges and human smuggling operations and the open borders lobby and the radical liberal administrations have worked in tandem to undermine that system, to undermine the integrity of the U.S. immigration system itself. And in the process, they've weakened protections for those who are truly seeking a safe haven from persecution by forcing them into a years-long line in immigration court. Look, we all agree that the current asylum system is in desperate need of repair, and the Secure the Border Act provides the necessary tools to fix it. We're hearing all kinds of fear-mongering today from the other side. It's not a surprise. They have hand-wringing and name-calling, and we hear these accusations that Republicans are anti-immigrant and inhumane, and we hear grandiose pronouncements that the Democrats are pro-immigrant and pro-humanitarian values. But all of this is to distract the American people, to try their best to distract them from what they're seeing with their own eyes. The chaos at the border is intentional. It is designed by this administration and Mayorkas and Biden himself. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I ask you, what is humane about a human smuggler abandoning a 1-year-old child in a diaper at the U.S.-Mexico border? What pro-immigrant policy is pursued with aliens suffocating to death in tractor trailers and freight train cars? What are the humanitarian principles behind policies that encourage child trafficking, sexual exploitation, and violence directed towards some of society's most vulnerable people? If you're going to be pro-immigrant and support humanitarian values, you have to fix these problems, and that's what we're trying to do here today. Being pro-immigrant and supporting humanitarian values does not mean maintaining the disastrous status quo, because all that's going to do is give us more death, more exploitation, more real, tangible harm to aliens and citizens alike. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world. It's not even close. We're the most benevolent people in the history of the world. We have a rich history of our asylum program, we're protecting people who need it, but we have to fix this. These frivolous asylum claims are creating backlogs in the court. I drafted the Asylum Reform and Border Protection Act. It's a big chunk of this immigration package today. We're trying to fix this so that we can do our duty as the humanitarian people that we are. Our bill necessarily codifies key terms, it makes uniform interpretations regardless of geography, and it reserves asylum for the people who truly need it. Our bill will prevent this flood of frivolous asylum applications that are running rampant and close the loopholes. I encourage my colleagues to support the Secure the Border Act. Our country's stability, sovereignty, and security depends upon this. The stakes could not be any higher. I thank the gentleman again, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from California reserves, and the members are invited to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Mr. Speaker,
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition of this cruel, extreme, and unworkable policy. The United States has long been a beacon for those coming from other countries in search of a better life. The bill before us today will end the asylum system as we know it and eliminate humanitarian protections for people coming to the United States. Many asylum seekers are escaping conditions that we cannot fathom. Yet, here we are debating a measure that will subject them to more cruelty. Cruelty is the point, but cruelty will not fix our broken immigration system. This bill will make it nearly impossible to seek asylum at the border, open protections for unaccompanied minors, and mandate that all asylum-seeking families be detained indefinitely, regardless if they are with children. These policies will only exacerbate the extreme suffering. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional minute.
These policies will only exacerbate the extreme suffering occurring at the southern border. If Republicans really wanted to address this crisis, they will join Democrats to pass real, comprehensive immigration reform. I urge my colleagues to oppose this cruel, draconian bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. None of us in this chamber thought that we would have a president, even as a Democrat, that would let the country get this way. Strengthening our national security and prioritizing the well-being of the American people should be a bipartisan issue. This is the strongest border security bill to come to the House floor in decades. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to support this common-sense legislation, instead using terms like cruel and horrible and heartless Republicans. The American people won't fall for that, and they don't fall for that. And the Biden administration has created a humanitarian and security crisis unlike anything we have ever seen. They've outright refused to enforce the law, prioritizing the livelihoods of illegal aliens over American citizens. Drug cartels are running rampant. NGOs are handing out debit cards and bus tickets to migrants, paid for with our taxpayer dollars. And human traffickers are targeting migrant children. It is heartless to do nothing about that and let the status quo continue. But in fact, it gets worse tonight at midnight. When Title 42 lifts today, or tonight at midnight, we will see yet another migrant surge to add to the historic numbers this administration has already amassed. The Secure Border Act strengthens protections for migrant children during a time when the Biden administration is losing over 85,000 unaccompanied minor children due to foolish and reckless practices. This bill protects migrant children, American citizens, and American workers. H.R. 2 has my full support, and I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join the American people in our fight to secure our nation. I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, one of the moving forces behind this bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from California. We're here today because of the abject failure of the administration to do its fundamental duty to protect the United States. We have a wide open border, empowering cartels, empowering China to the detriment of the American citizens and to the migrants that seek to come here, supposedly in the name of compassion. But that is in the false name of compassion. Dead migrants lying along the Rio Grande and in ranches in South Texas. The extent to which migrants suffer in the Texas heat, 53 dying in a tractor trailer last summer in San Antonio. Thousands being sold into the sex trafficking trade, being used as crass political pawns by a party devoid of anything substantive to take this country forward. But Republicans are standing up strongly to make sure that this country will stand for the rule of law, that sets our country apart around the globe and attracts so many to want to come here. Border Patrol right now apprehended over 10,000 migrants on both Monday and 11,000 Tuesday, the highest single-day totals ever recorded. 26,000 gotaways, 660,000 migrants waiting in Mexico. The president of Guatemala confirming 80,000 Venezuelan migrants are traveling to the U.S. ahead of Title 42's expiration. 15,000 Venezuelan migrants crossed into Brownsville. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz said he estimates 60,000 to 65,000 migrants are in northern Mexico. I got a text from a local law enforcement yesterday saying, quote, "We are almost at Broken Arrow. Every sector is near 150% capacity. DHS is calling for border agents from other north and coast sectors to help at the southern border." The first 550 in a group of 1,500 service members of the Army and Marines were set to arrive. A shootout between the Mexican Army and human smugglers erupted at the FAR Reynosa International Bridge. Schools in El Paso are adding more security. El Paso ran out of shelter. El Paso declared an emergency. Brownsville declared an emergency. Laredo declared an emergency. San Antonio is preparing. Their migrant shelters are expressing concerns over being overwhelmed. Even our nation's capital is being overwhelmed. And now the New York City mayor, a sanctuary city, criticizing busing, is busing migrants outside of New York City out to the suburbs because my Democratic colleagues and the Democratic administration and Democratic leaders in so-called sanctuary cities don't give a whit about migrants. It's about political power. And they are costing lives. They are endangering Americans. They are causing children to die from fentanyl poisoning, and they know it. And that is what is so pathetic and sad. But Republicans offer legislation today that would force this administration to do the job it refuses to do. By ending the magnet, by stopping the releases, by forcing us to do the job we're supposed to do to protect unaccompanied children from being on the top of train cars, being subjected to the abuses of cartels, holding families together while we adjudicate claims of asylum, and yes, provide for a path for asylum while making sure we don't create a magnet for the abuse of migrants in the false name of compassion. Republicans are leading. We are doing the job that the president refuses to do. The American people know it. They're going to see it. And my Democratic colleagues are going to suffer the consequences for this abject failure. I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise in strong opposition to the Child Deportation Act. This effort will rip apart families, dismantle due process, and expose children to abuse and trafficking. This bill goes further than simply demolishing legal pathways that the president has put in place. It strips back critical safeguards that protect the safety and well-being of unaccompanied minors. Instead of getting their day in court, this bill would imprison kids for up to 30 days. Instead of reunifying children with family who are here legally, this bill would deliver them to traffickers and other bad actors. And instead of providing care and counsel to children, this bill would weaken child welfare standards and reduce vetting of sponsors, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. This legislation makes a mockery of our nation's values to appeal to our nation's worst impulses. Mr. Speaker, this effort to block access to asylum will fuel criminal traffickers that extort desperate migrants. To make it all very simple, this bill will plunge our border into chaos. And that is exactly what my Republican colleagues want. They demonize immigrants, they lock up kids, and they defund border security just so they can blame Democrats for the crisis that they manufacture. Let me just give you an example of the Homestead Migrant Children Detention Center that existed in Homestead, Florida, back in 2019 in the previous administration. This was a facility that warehoused unaccompanied minors. The conditions were so challenging, and the kids crammed so tightly together under conditions where they were forced to literally have very little space between one another and be imprisoned, essentially, in this detention center that eventually it was forced to shut down. When President Biden took action to allow Venezuelan, Cuban, and Haitian migrants to apply for humanitarian parole, reducing border encounters from these countries by over 90%, Republican attorneys general filed a lawsuit to stop him. My Republican colleagues trumpet the need for oversight, but when I introduced legislation to prohibit child detention centers from refusing access to members to conduct that oversight, deafening silence. They scold Democrats on enforcement, yet promise to slash border funding to pre-pandemic levels, leaving border officers without vital resources to combat fentanyl and human trafficking. The only thing this bill will actually secure is the chokehold grip that MAGA extremists have on the Republican Party. I urge my colleagues to reject this legislation. It would brutally harm children for the sake of cheap political points. Our border should be governed by laws upholding our humanity, not by demagogues promoting bigotry. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I'm from a border state, and I've been to the border multiple times, and there is absolutely an invasion at our southern border. Even worse, Title 42 ends today. Without Title 42, the number of illegal immigrants at our southern border is expected to skyrocket. The Biden administration has no plan. And in fact, I heard multiple times from my Democratic colleagues today how we should work together on a comprehensive plan. May I remind my Democratic colleagues that they were in total control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency for the last 2 years, and you did absolutely nothing. The Secure the Border Act is the solution. This bill disincentivizes illegal immigration, ends catch and release, builds the wall, and reinstates President Trump's successful Remain in Mexico policy. Republicans want secure borders. Republicans want to protect our communities from deadly fentanyl. Republicans want to protect the innocent immigrant children from being sold into sex slavery like is happening today. It's time to pass this legislation and secure the border now because President Biden won't. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the author of one of the other measures in this package, Judge Carter of Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. House Republicans are fulfilling the promises to restore safety and security at our borders, furthering the goals outlined in the House Republican Commitment to America. Included in this border package is my bill, the Protection of Children Act. We know that human traffickers, cartels, and coyotes exploit children in order to line their pockets and then abandon them at the border. These children are then subject to a very slow-moving bureaucratic system, all the while being separated from their families. My Protection of Children Act gives these children a choice and closes loopholes to end the exploitation of children. By returning these children to their home country quickly and safely, we prevent these children from experiencing the further trauma of detention and being released to potential strangers and drawn out in long adjudication process. I want to thank Representative Briggs, Representative Nails for their co-sponsoring my Child Protection Act. I want to thank the Homeland Security and Judiciary and House on Foreign Affairs for what they've done on this legislation. And I'd like to point out something. When I was the chairman of Homeland Security Appropriations, I was in Laredo in 14 at the bus station. There were 700 people waiting to go somewhere. And they told me 2 people spoke Spanish or English. None of the children spoke Spanish or English. And they were going to be released into this country once they left Laredo with no one to help them. We should take these people, make this thing right, and do the right thing. And I ask about the kids and they said, send them back where they came from. That's how this bill got started. I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to one of the leaders in our conference in confronting this crisis, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for his effort on this legislation. And so many have worked hard on this. You know, when I've been listening to my colleagues across the aisle and all of the just gaslighting, I'm reminded of the secondary output produced by many of the dairy cows in rural Arizona. While you are ignoring this problem, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues across the aisle, right now, record numbers of people coming across this border. You know what? In Matamoros, right there at the Rio Grande, you've got the immigration authorities of Mexico coordinating with CBP on controlled crossings of the river. Why is that? Because Title 42 has gone away today. Going to go away tonight. The cartels control our border. We've had testimony. The chief of CBP has said that. And when I've heard some of the stuff I've heard here, I said, I wonder if any of them even know where the border is. Come on down to the border. I will show you what it's like. You know what CBP officials told local officials in Arizona about Title 42? And I'm quoting here, you're screwed. You won't do anything to solve the border problem. This bill solves much of the border problem. And I get a kick out of someone here who just made a reference to how bad things were and how we didn't do anything. Yuma sector, 2020, in apprehensions for the entire fiscal year, 8,800. You know what it is today, this fiscal year? Over 350,000. You know what it was last year? Over 300,000. Why is that? Because what the CBP doesn't, they don't say, hey, let's do the Democrat plan. They say, can you at least just let us enforce the law? This administration says no. And thus we have a crisis on the border. It's more than a crisis, it's cataclysmic. You know, in Darien Gap in Panama, the numbers crossing 500% increase. The number between 700,000 to 1 million people just waiting, coming on up, waiting for Title 42 to go away. You know what expedited removal means? It means expedited release into the country. It means community release. Why is that? Because of the weak asylum enforcement laws that we have today. So when you come up, if we're taking you back to the border, we don't get you across the border and you say, I want asylum. Doesn't matter what your history is or anything. We're going to get you out of here and release you. Community release. Community release means right now you're getting released. That's what's happening. Shame on you. I yield.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from California, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. When I received my current district in redistricting, I was pleased that it was a border district all along the Mexican border from the Tijuana area all the way through the rest of the county. It isn't a border area today. There is no border. And if there is no border with Mexico, then there is no border with America. Every day, people pass through. Some are found, some are not found, some are stopped for a period of time, but few are turned away. And they're not turned away because we simply have a policy of letting everyone in. Now, I also represent a major agricultural district with ranching and farming. And guess what? with all those millions of people that this administration has deliberately allowed to come in without having been invited, without pre-screening, without an application, we still have a shortage because of the policies of simply catch and release with parole. But I'll tell you what else my district is dealing with. We're dealing with enough fentanyl seized last year, 117,000 pounds. If divided equally, it would kill every person in America in one dose. Just last week, the California Highway Patrol seized $21 million worth of fentanyl well into the United States on its way to L.A. That would be enough fentanyl to kill every San Diegan. That's what we're dealing with because we have no border. Now, my Democrat friends, Mr. Speaker, will tell you about how it's not good enough, we need to have comprehensive. Like you, Mr. Speaker, I have pushed for comprehensive reform, but comprehensive reform is not simply to normalize what is going on. Comprehensive reform has to be a balance of enforcement and fair immigration rules. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
You know, I think we all know that we're a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of the rule of law. And as President Reagan once said years ago, a nation that can't control its borders is not a nation. And we're rapidly moving there, very rapidly. At this very moment, we don't have control of our southern border. Tens of thousands of migrants are marching, waiting, and illegally crossing our borders every day, with tens of thousands more well on their way. We are witnessing one of the worst humanitarian crises in our history of our nation. Migrants are dying from starvation, from disease, from lack of water. Women and children are being trafficked and they're being abused. Our administration, they knew this was coming. They knew it, yet they have no plan. How irresponsible is that? With Title 42 set to expire tonight and no concrete plan in place to handle this situation, we're facing a crisis of epic proportions. And this crisis will result in communities suffering, migrants suffering, and our nation suffering. But it isn't too late. It still isn't too late. We can secure our borders and we can protect our citizens. It will take leadership and a willingness to reject talking points and a willingness to do what's best for our nation and for our people. And right now, it's the House Republicans who are standing up, and right now they're the ones making the effort. This bill restarts the border wall. It hires more CBP agents. It ends incentives to abuse unaccompanied minors. It ends catch and release. It reinstates the Remain in Mexico policy. We need action. Action from our leaders, real leaders. Action from our elected officials, and action from those who have the power to make a difference. And I thank the gentleman from California for bringing this forward.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time we have remaining?
The gentleman has 15 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Chairman Jordan, Chairman Green, and Chairman McCall for their leadership and contributions to the bill that we see before us today. I just wanted to comment briefly on kind of my experience and what I saw at the border at the invitation of members of the Judiciary Committee. I was able to kind of see, I think, two different, very diverse parts of the border. First and foremost, in McAllen, Texas, where we spent a couple of days and had an opportunity not only to talk to border agents themselves, but also sat through a full presentation by Homeland Security. One of the things that struck me, and I think is very pertinent to what we're discussing today, is every time I asked a border agent or every time I spoke with someone from Homeland Security, I would say, what can we do as members of Congress? Because a lot of times you go on these trips and you know, they're tours, and you feel like when you're done, it's overwhelming, and you really want to know kind of how can we have an impact. And I think what made an impression on me was every person I spoke to said Title 42. I don't think you could find somebody probably at the times when I was at the border that could really describe what Title 42 meant or what the impact would be. But guess what? Those agents knew. They knew what it meant. They meant it would be a unbelievable unleashing of many different factions of people that were immigrating for any number of reasons across the border. And they knew it was going to overwhelm them. So here, as we stand here today and debate this bill and watch the very, quite honestly, when you're watching it on TV right now, it's overwhelming. You can see the masses of people that are gathering. So it's timely for the bill, and I want once again thank Chairman Jordan and Chairman Green for pulling all this together. And I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support today of H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. You know, for years, we have heard from this administration, we have heard from our colleagues across the aisle that we are imagining a border crisis, that there is nothing to see, that everything is fine on our southern border. We are not imagining an increase in human trafficking. We are not imagining the dramatic escalation of fentanyl and fentanyl poisoning in our country. We are not imagining 5 million people who have entered this country illegally, the 1.2 million gotaways, or the nearly 100 people that were on the terror watch list since this president took office. We are not imagining a border crisis. Cartels are making $13 billion a year off of smuggling people into this country. We are destabilizing an entire country because we are failing to act. This doesn't include what they're making off the drugs they smuggle either. This, quite simply, Mr. Speaker, is unconscionable. While we're bankrolling the cartels, we are bankrupting our country. You know, I visited the southern border. And I wish that more colleagues across the aisle would have done the same, because when you go down there and you listen to farmers, ranchers, family members, hospital systems, people all over from every walk of life, they say the same thing. And I asked them at our hearing, is the border secure? And the resounding answer from the entire crowd of several hundred was no. Do you feel safe in your community? No again. We see this time and time again from this administration where they have failed to act and put our nation in jeopardy. This crisis is a drain on law enforcement, it is a drain on hospitals, it is a drain on taxpayers and the resources across the board. You know, South Carolina is 2,000 miles away from the border, but we, like every single state, are a border state. We see the fentanyl in our communities. We see what is happening on the southern border. We see what is going on in our neighborhoods across this country. Our entire nation is dealing with the effects of Joe Biden's border crisis. It is the federal government's primary responsibility to protect our nation and secure our borders, but that is not happening. We must resume construction of the wall. We must hire more Border Patrol agents. We must end catch and release, and we must pass this bill.
Time has expired. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2. This country must have an immigration system that works. If our nation is going to compete with China, we have to have an immigration system that works. If our nation is going to continue to feed the world, we need a system that works. If our nation is going to continue to build infrastructure, roads, buildings, and structures that our economy needs. We need an immigration system that works. If our nation is going to take care of its elderly and sick and retired, we need a system that works. If our nation is going to compete at the highest level of AI and computer chip manufacturing, we need an immigration system that works. If our nation is to have an economy that's not starving for workers, we need an immigration system that works. But to have an immigration system that works, we have to have a border that works, and our border is broken. The hundreds of thousands of people coming across the border every day do not support an immigration system that works, do not reflect an immigration system that works. Mr. Speaker, we need to fix the border first, and then we can fix our immigration system. This is the first step, the first absolutely essential and necessary step to provide a foundation for a comprehensive revision of our immigration system. Mr. Speaker, I urge support for H.R. 2, and I will be voting for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think we're ready to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2. I am deeply frustrated by the administration's failure to adequately prepare for the end of Title 42, and my constituents in Arizona are as well. They know that the administration could have and should have done more to prepare for this day. That's the simple truth. But the bill before us today does nothing to make the border states like mine safer. It does not ensure an orderly and humane legal asylum process, and even makes it more difficult for refugees from countries like Cuba and Ukraine to seek asylum here. It does not stop the flow of deadly drugs like fentanyl into our communities. In fact, it diverts law enforcement resources from going after drug traffickers and smugglers. This bill demands much more from the Customs and Border Protection officers, but does not provide the necessary funding for CBP to manage the surge of traffic, leaving our ports and our nation more vulnerable and less secure. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle even want to eliminate federal funding that faith-based and local aid groups depend on to shelter, feed, and clothe migrants. Without those shelters, there would be even more street releases by Border Patrol into communities like Phoenix and Tucson. That's inhumane. My amendment to strike that part of this bill, they wouldn't even give it a vote. And make no mistake, if signed into law, H.R. 2 would hurt our economy, especially in my home state of Arizona. Every employer that I've met with in the district, from farmers to contractors to high-tech manufacturing companies, tell me that they can't find enough skilled workers. This bill does nothing to strengthen workforce pipelines. It actually makes hiring more difficult. All of these things, Mr. Speaker, show that this proposal is not a serious one. Instead of sabotaging an already broken immigration system, I invite my colleagues across the aisle to help us modernize it. Common sense reforms would help us rebuild our nation's infrastructure, invest in domestic manufacturing, create jobs, improve trade with Mexico, and combat inflation. Now my colleagues across the aisle say our first priority should be securing our southern border. I agree. The situation at our border is dire. There's no getting around it.
The gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you very much,
Gentleman's yield
Chairman.
an extra 30 seconds.
The situation at our border is dire. There's no getting around it, and Congress and the administration must do more. But one of the things we can do to secure our border is to modernize the immigration system. These are not incompatible goals. Any serious proposal must do both. And I'm ready to work in good faith to find a path forward, and I'll be at the table. My colleagues across the aisle are ready to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 2, the Child Deportation Act. I rise today because seeking asylum is a human right, because we are a nation of immigrants. I migrated to the U.S. when I was 9, but the same pathways to citizenship that enabled me to become a citizen and to become a member of Congress no longer exist. Our immigration system has become more restrictive. Our border is more militarized. But this Republican bill is the cruelest we've seen in a long time. It destroys asylum. It doubles down on detention. It puts kids in jail. It's a bill intended to rally the base by vilifying immigrants. It's straight out of the Tucker Carlson playbook. Migrants make the journey through rivers and jungles, on trucks and in trains. They make the journey out of desperation and out of fear. We need an immigration system rooted in compassion and opportunity, not like this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have?
The gentleman has 11 3/4 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because Republicans in this chamber want to scream and shout about our broken immigration system while putting forth the most unserious, cruel bill that is effectively dead on arrival in the Senate and fixes absolutely nothing. This bill is a rerun of Donald Trump's biggest failures and inhumane border policies. This is the Child Deportation Act because that's exactly what this does. It doesn't address any single issue at the border. It doesn't create pathways to citizenship for those legally attempting to receive asylum, which is a right in this country. It focuses on expediting child deportation and detaining unaccompanied minors, and even spending millions of your taxpayer dollars on a pointless border wall. Floridians back in my home state know that this is nothing less than hateful, unserious legislation because we're watching Governor Ron DeSantis do the same thing, spending millions to detain and fly migrants for a political show while criminalizing vulnerable people and families. The American people sent us here to work, and instead GOP leadership offers them a pointless bill after a pointless bill that only proves how hateful right-wing policy can become. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 11:59 tonight, we'll see the end of Title 42, and President Biden has been stepping up to meet the moment. We secured additional border security patrol officers in our omnibus. We have a new parole program to help out with countries like Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti, where we're seeing a lot of folks come to the border. And we also see 1,500 troops going down there. In this moment, this body should be working together in a bipartisan fashion. We should be coming together to help with a supplemental, to help with the funding that we need down there at the border, not a messaging bill, not a political points potshot bill at a time when the clock is ticking. This body could do so much more if we work together. I've been down to the border, Mr. Speaker. We know what works. Sensors and technology work to help make sure we have border awareness across the southern border. Having more custom border protection agents to be able to work on apprehensions, getting civilians to do processing of asylum. We should be funding a bill that does those things. And Mr. Speaker, we don't have the southern border in Florida. We have ports, and we've had a lot of challenges with those ports. This bill doesn't do anything for our ports. It does nothing for the ports of entry, our front lines in the Sunshine State. We see Governor DeSantis, on the other hand, has a law coming in Florida that's going to attack hospitals. It's going to attack nonprofits. It's going to hurt agriculture. It's going to hurt construction at a time when we need to lower food prices and build more affordable housing. We're already seeing crops not be picked in the field as fear comes over the Sunshine State and construction sites abandoned. This isn't going to help immigration at all, but what it will do is jack up inflation and food prices at a time when we need to work together. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Ready to close.
Speakers, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, organizations, associations, and industry leaders from across the political spectrum oppose passage of H.R. 2, the Child Deportation Act. They include among them the American Immigration Lawyers Association, Service Employees International Union, AFL-CIO, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, Kids in Need of Defense, UNIDOS, and the National Education Association. This bill is a microcosm of what we have seen the first 4.5 months of this new Republican majority, a chaotic majority that has no real interest in legislating or making positive change. Instead, they pass cruel and unworkable messaging bills that have no chance of becoming law, are dead in the U.S. Senate, and then pat themselves on the back. I urge my colleagues to oppose this draconian and unworkable bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know how to secure our borders and protect our country. We had done so under the Trump administration. The Remain in Mexico policy had slowed illegal immigration and phony asylum claims to a trickle. The border wall was nearing completion. ICE was actually enforcing court-ordered deportations. All of that changed when the Democrats seized control of our government and reversed all of these policies. And the result we can now see all around us. It's affecting our schools, our hospitals, law enforcement, working families' wages, and social services that are now strained to the breaking point and soon beyond the breaking point. This bill simply restores those policies that worked and makes it more difficult for a future president to refuse to faithfully execute the laws. I would ask the American people to watch the catastrophe that is unfolding right now on our collapsing southern border. What we are seeing is something historic. It is a mass illegal migration on a scale the world has never seen and that no civilization has ever survived. At this hour, history is screaming this warning at us that countries that either cannot or will not protect their borders simply aren't around very long. Without enforcing our immigration laws, we have no immigration laws. Without immigration laws, we have no borders. And without borders, we have no country. Let that not be the epitaph of the American Republic. This, what Lincoln called the last best hope of mankind on this earth. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, in my 20 years in Congress, including when I was chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, and as a former federal prosecutor tasked with securing our border in Texas, I've never seen our border this chaotic, this broken. What we are witnessing today is unprecedented. Right now, as I speak, there's a tidal wave of migrants marching across our southern border. Just yesterday, CBP apprehended over 10,000 migrants, 10,000 in a single day. This is the largest human trafficking crisis I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. And it's time for Congress to act and restore control to this uncontrolled border. Well, the administration and DHS Secretary Mayorkas have assured us, quote, the border is closed, unquote, and that they have operational control of the border. Just last month, Border Patrol Chief Ortiz testified that DHS does not have operational control of the border because the drug cartels have operational control of the border. I know that. I've been down there. I've seen this movie before, but this is the worst movie I've seen. And it didn't have to happen. It was a self-inflicted wound. That is because on day one, the Biden administration rescinded the migrant protection protocols, otherwise known as Remain in Mexico. In my many meetings with Border Patrol agents down on the border, they tell me very bluntly that the rescission of these policies by President Biden on the very first day in office has had a direct cause and effect on the chaos at the border. This policy was working under the last administration. Illegal immigration was dramatically declining. However, since President Biden took office in January of 2021, we are witnessing a massive increase in illegal immigrant encounters and apprehensions at our southern border. 5 million of them. The numbers don't lie. Since President Biden took office, I repeat, there have been over 5 million migrant encounters with at least 1.4 million known getaways. What is going to happen to these people? They have no legal status. They live in the shadows. The young girls are sex trafficked. The young boys and men their home will be MS-13. And worse, more than 100,000 Americans have died from fentanyls flowing across the border, going from China to Mexico and across my state of Texas. That is nearly double the number of deaths in the entire Vietnam War over 2 decades. And 853 migrants and counting have died trying to make the dangerous journey across the border just last year alone. This is the most recorded in history. 35% of women and children are raped and sexually abused throughout their journey at the hands of the brutal cartels. And what happens when they get here? Well, we know that Mayorkas lifted the restrictions so that sponsors of these children do not have to be vetted. What are we seeing? 10, 20, 30 children being sent to the same house to their sponsors who have not been vetted. This turns into a major trafficking problem right here inside the United States. And when the cartels say you still need to pay us more money, you need to run more drugs, you need to prostitute yourself, we are creating a criminal network right now inside the United States of America. And it's only going to get worse, particularly when Title 42 is lifted today, the very day we're going to pass this bill. Most, from my point of view as a former chairman of Homeland Security, 98 suspected terrorists attempted to enter the homeland last year. When I chaired Homeland, I always asked the question, how many special interest aliens, how many on the terror watch list, have tried to get in, how many have gotten in. And that's just who we know about. Think about the threat, the national security threat to the homeland, particularly after the collapse of Afghanistan and the rise of terrorism overseas. I would argue that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas are complicit in this crisis. You know, the federal government's job is to secure borders, air, land, and sea. Unfortunately, this administration has failed to do so. They've abdicated their solemn duty to protect the homeland, to protect the American people, to protect these children. One rescission, one stroke of the pen, rescinding the Remain in Mexico policy created this chaos at the border. Don't take my word for it. Take the Chief of Border Patrol's word for it. Take the countless Border Patrol officers and agents I've talked to down on the border. That's why I introduced this legislation, to compel the administration to solve this crisis once and for all. Congress is doing what the Biden administration has failed to do for the last 2.5 years, to fix our broken borders. Our first priority must be to stem the massive flow of illegal aliens by reinstating and codifying the migrant protection protocols known as Remain in Mexico, because it worked. In my state, we have a saying, if it's not broken, don't fix it. It wasn't broken. It was working. They rescinded it, and now we have this crisis. This legislation will also direct the State Department to renegotiate the asylum cooperation agreements. These agreements prohibit migrants who traveled throughout any countries with asylum agreements from eligibility for asylum in the United States. Asylum is the magnet. It's the pull factor that's being abused by the cartels to make money off these children and these women and these migrants. This policy was very effective, and it worked under the prior administration. Reinstating it is a proven solution to reduce the chaos, the crisis. And by directing the Secretary of State to reauthorize and codify MPP and the ACAs, this bill bolsters the work being done on asylum reform and border security in both the House Judiciary Committee and the House Homeland Security Committee. Finally, I would say this should not be a partisan issue. When I chaired the Homeland Security Committee, Ranking Member Thompson and I worked on many border security bills that were bipartisan. Many passed unanimously out of our committee. Yet here we are in this partisan fight. I think the American people deserve better than partisanship. They deserve solutions. In my state, we witness this every day. Ranchers seeing dead bodies on their property, the drugs flowing in. Well, Secretary Mayorkas, you asked for a bill. Well, here it is. Here it is. And it's time that we instate the policies that have a proven track record of success. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 2. Title III of this bill happens to fall under the House Foreign Affairs Committee's jurisdiction, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Nice.
You know, there is undoubtedly a need to fix our broken immigration system. I think that we could all agree about it. And it's undoubtedly correct that Congress needs to get involved in that. What Congress is not doing is talking about coming together for a comprehensive immigration reform. If we want to get at the heart of how to improve in a humane way, and protect our borders, we would be locked together to talk about comprehensive immigration reform, and that will keep us true to who we are and our values. Because sometimes when I'm listening to this debate and some of the policies that are here, I'm saying, who are we? Who are we as a people, as a nation? Do we practice what we preach? Or do we say to others, do what we say, not what we do? American values are important here. Title III seeks to codify and reinstate the Trump administration's failed migrant protection protocols, known as MPP, and Remain in Mexico policy. This is a disturbing and ineffective policy, returned asylum seekers at the border to Mexico and only allowed them to enter the United States for their court proceedings. Listening to my colleague, return them to Mexico. That's it. And because there are thousands of backlog cases and too few judges to effectively handle them, those that we return to Mexico, these asylum seekers, are forced to live in Mexican border towns for long periods of time, and as a result of that, the exact same thing that my colleague talked about, where these borders in Mexico, these border towns, they are the ones that are dangerous. They are the reasons why people are raped. That's where the violence and the crime. They do not have, these towns in Mexico, the capacity to safely house the thousands of people fleeing their countries of origin. We know that migrants face violence of all kinds, including murder, rape, trafficking, and kidnapping, as they awaited their court appearance. The very thing, what we do agree, that's happening to these individuals, but we put blinders on. Just send them back. That'll solve the problem. Live in the tent encampments without adequate access to the basics. Just send them back to Mexico. Let them stay there. No clean water, no sanitation, no shelter, no health service. Send them back. We don't care. The MPP puts tens of thousands of migrants in greater danger, including families with children who we're supposed to care about. It also puts America at odds with our regional partners in ways that were and still are detriment to our national security and our global standing. And I'm so, like Mr. McCall, I've been here for 25 years. Focused, and look, I've got many families in my district who come to me all of the time asking for humanitarian concerns and asking for us to pass a comprehensive immigration reform. Our global standing. While nations like Colombia and Peru took in millions of Venezuelans crossing their border in desperate need of safety, America, the United States of America, the most resourced nation on earth, a nation of immigrants, we turned our backs on asylum seekers and our very own values in the name of deterrence. Turn our backs. We don't care. Send them back. as CARICOM continues to work in a regional and multilateral way to find solutions to help Haiti, our neighbor in crises, this body debates unilateral action that fails to see the collective challenge facing this hemisphere. This bill is more than just short-sighted. It is cruel and harmful to our interests. We should be embarrassed, absolutely embarrassed, that Colombia's migration agency had suspended a program meant to return Colombian nationals, found the U.S. border with Mexico due to cruel and degrading treatment. Come on now. We are facing a regional and global migration crisis, and we have strong and divergent opinions about improving an imperfect immigration process and how to address the recent surge in migration since the pandemic. But Title III of this bill seeks to codify and reinitiate failed processes from the last administration that do not solve the real life challenges regarding the movement of people, those people fleeing from instability and violence and lack of economic opportunity in education and in their home countries. Why? Because apparently we don't care. We don't care. Send them back. Who cares what happens to them? Send them back. We don't have comprehensive immigration reform to make sure that we're working and fixing this system, because that's what we should be working on. This isn't the first surge of migrants on our border, and it won't be the last, particularly as climate change will further limit resources and displace people across the region. To solve complex multi-country challenges, we must invest in multilateral solutions. When we invest in multilateral solutions, as we are doing in other parts of the world, that's how we win. Not America alone, America by ourselves. That's not leadership. No one follows you if you're just by yourself, saying just not working with others and our allies. The Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection from the Summit of the Americas in 2022 included proposals for collaborative problem solving on this issue, with leaders across the region to address the root causes of forced displacement and irregular migration. Working with our allies, as we're doing in other parts of the world, as we're doing with our NATO allies, as we're doing with our EU allies, as we're doing with our Indo-Pacific allies. We should be doing the same thing with our Western Hemisphere allies. Why? Because our strength is not rooted in the sticks we use to coerce outcomes, but in the depth of our relationships, our collaboration across the region to address the root causes of forced displacement and irregular migration, and including by combating corruption and impunity, holding our obligations to protect refugees, and partnering to promote opportunity and prosperity for people and communities, especially those most vulnerable across the region. You know, we talk a lot, and I talk for myself. When I get on my knees at night and pray, when I'm in church and pray, when I read books that I believe in, they talk about taking care of the poor, taking care of those who can't take care of themselves. When I eat my dinner or my lunch or my breakfast and I pray, I say, bless those who are hungry and no food. Bless those who may have food and no appetite. Bless those who have least than me. We are the richest country in the world. Let's go at resolving the root causes. This bill doesn't address the migration crises. It only creates further chaos by shutting the door on mechanisms that reunite families. That's what I believe. That's what I pray. That's what I think what mankind is all about, or should be all about. Keeping people safe from perilous journeys to our border. But these attempts to sow seeds of fear and distrust about migrants are as counterproductive as they are reprehensible. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the border bill undermines Congress's bipartisan work to grant humanitarian parole to hundreds of thousands of Afghans. We've been working together on that, and we should be working together to help those that's trying to cross the border from our Western Hemisphere allies. But this also prevents and goes against thousands of Afghans, Ukrainians, and others by restricting DHS parole authority. And so, if we are truly interested in a constructive agenda that's aimed at providing viable and durable solutions to migration challenges, I stand ready, Democrats stand ready to collaborate on addressing the root causes of migration through congressional action, through working on a comprehensive immigration reform, to trying to make sure that we show and we live true to our values, that we become the shining example for others, in other countries who are looking at us to see how we react to it. And we should do that by showing in a bipartisan way we're ready for comprehensive immigration reform, and we will do it in a bipartisan way, and we will do it so that we can also maintain our values and who we are, at least who we say we are, as a nation. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to state for the record, we put in this bill a provision specifically that those paroled in the United States from Afghanistan, that this would not affect their legal status, and that they can stay here in the United States. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, the chairman of the Committee on Veterans Affairs.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman McCall. Just last month, I went to Del Rio sector of the U.S.-Mexican border to visit with our dedicated Border Patrol agents. Over 15,000 frontline Border Patrol agents are veterans, serving their country and communities again, working to keep America safe. However, our Commander-in-Chief has failed to give them the resources and structure they need to effectively do their job. They're pulling drowning children out of the river. They're finding bodies left behind that were being smuggled across and been thrown in the bushes. Speaker, these agents are fighting a new battle back at home as well. And that is the mental strain on them as the results of President Biden's open border policies cannot be ignored. So much of that VA had to deploy, so much so that VA actually had to deploy a mobile veterans center to the border to offer mental health services to our veterans and even our non-veterans agents, border agents who are there. Speaker, I heard it firsthand from the brave men and women that need this bill. Securing our border shouldn't be a Republican or a Democrat issue. The people who suffer the most when we make doing our hyper-political are the veterans, law enforcement officers who are just simply trying to do their job. That's a disservice to them, And I want to urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill. It is vitally important. I've looked at them in the eye, and I would advise anyone on the other side of the aisle or on my side of the aisle that have not went down and looked them in the eye, you'll know what they're suffering through because we're not doing our job and the administration's not doing theirs. And that's why I encourage for the support of this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of
Gentleman
my
reserves.
time.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, an esteemed member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Sidney Kamlager Dove.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Ranking Member. I rise today to strongly oppose H.R. 2, House Republicans' Child Deportation Act. Yes, our immigration system is broken, but instead of productive, bipartisan legislation that would work to fix it, Republicans want to double down on immoral, cruel, and inhumane Trump-era policies that hurt children and families and stoke fear and greater division. With Title 42 set to expire today, we should take this opportunity as a chance to address the humanitarian crisis at our border by focusing on solutions that alleviate pressures at our border and fundamentally change the dysfunction and chaos that is happening. Instead, this bill would make our immigration crisis that much worse. H.R. 2 would require expedited deportations and expanded detention for unaccompanied children, impose new restrictions on asylum while threatening to end the asylum system as we know it, detain even more migrant families in facilities with poor and unacceptable conditions, resume President Trump's failed policy of building a border wall, and so much more. I hope the American people heard some of the statements made by my Republican colleagues when this bill was heard in committee. Republicans dog whistle, fearmonger, lie, and resort to conspiracy theories about our border to hide the fact that they have no real solutions to this growing crisis. Harmful policies meant to exacerbate confusion, waste more money, and hurt people fleeing dangerous situations is not the answer. Many are fleeing war zones, areas of conflict, countries that employ torture, violence, rape, and ethnic cleansing as tactics of control. And what are we proposing to do with H.R. 2? Be a cruel neighbor and throw them back into harm's way while telling Mexico to shoulder much of this burden. America is supposed to be a nation of immigrants. We are supposed to have compassion for those seeking asylum. Republican policies like H.R. 2 run counter to those very fundamental values. Unlike some of my GOP colleagues, I do not for 1 second believe that immigrants from Mexico are a threat to us. If anything, the threats we face are homegrown. They take the form of xenophobic, transphobic, and hateful individuals who twist the meaning of the Constitution to fit their own political agendas. As for this drug myth, over 80% of drugs smuggled...
I'll give the lady additional 30 seconds.
The lady is recognized for an extra 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As for the drug myth, over 80% of drugs smuggled into our country are done by Americans, not immigrants. Let's get serious and talk about meaningful steps towards immigration reform that include what it means to be a global partner in this space, not this wildly inappropriate and ineffective bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ann Wagner, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Chair of the Financial Services Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank Chairman McCall for yielding, and I thank him for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, in just 2 years, over 5 million illegal migrants have crossed our southern border, in addition to over 1 million known gotaways. That's equal to the entire population of my home state of Missouri. Among other malfeasance, it is undeniable that the Biden administration has created an appalling humanitarian crisis in the United States. But I want to talk about what often goes unspoken and unseen: the trafficking and exploitation of children. In February, the New York Times exposed that the Biden administration had lost 85,000 unaccompanied children released into the U.S. by the Department of Health and Human Services. These children were forced to work in dangerous conditions to pay off debts to their smugglers and cartels, and even more horrifically, their HHS, Health and Human Services designated sponsors. Despite child welfare agencies sounding the alarms on trafficking and labor exploitation, the Biden administration continued to facilitate this abuse. In fact, HHS Secretary Becerra reportedly threatened to fire his subordinates if they refused to accelerate these cruel and dangerous releases, showing no regard for the children's safety. H.R. 2, the Secure Our Border Act, addresses this catastrophe head on, and it ensures that this can never happen again. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Don Davis.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express concern with H.R. 2, legislation that would place at risk United States agriculture. H.R. 2, with the E-Verify provision in particular, does not address the workforce crisis and could cause a $60 billion drop in production, resulting in a 5 to 6% increase in prices at the grocery store, when many families across America are still struggling to make it from week to week. We must develop real solutions to the labor crisis facing our farmers, ranchers, and growers. Doing a tour at the Warren Farms and speaking with farmers across eastern North Carolina, this is what they're telling me. Enough is enough. People are fed up with the divided D.C. politics. Our government must get out of the way of hard-working people. We should take H.R. 2 as drafted off the table so our farmers can continue putting food on the table for households across this great country. Congress's inaction to address the labor crisis will result in farmers losing their livelihoods. I'm here. I'm right here to work with anyone who wants to make life better for eastern North Carolina, rural America, and the American people. We can secure the border. However, we cannot secure the border while creating so much insecurity for our farm families. Mr. Speaker, I am standing with American farmers. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Americans are sick and tired of seeing the Biden administration spend millions of their taxpayer dollars to fund and enable an invasion of our southern border. This administration is using non-governmental organizations, NGOs, to push illegal immigrants all over the country. A report by the Heritage Foundation found that these illegal aliens were shipped to 431 out of 435 congressional districts. 431 congressional districts, Mr. Speaker. This report also shows the overwhelming number of resettled illegal immigrants were sent to, oddly enough, Republican districts. This is a massive resettlement program, Mr. Speaker. Under President Biden, the number of illegal immigrants entering the U.S. exceeds the population of some U.S. states. We've had over 5 million illegal crossings, plus over 1.3 million gotaways. Title 42 ends tonight, as we all know, and the flood will get worse. We've seen the pictures, Mr. Speaker. We have no idea who these people are, where they're going, or what they will do. The situation will take a huge toll on our nation and touch every community in every state. We've caught people in the past. They've been on the terrorist watch list. We have communist Chinese coming over our border. We don't know what they're up to as well. We owe it to the American people to finish the wall, catch and release programs, end catch and release policies, and close the asylum loophole that are big enough for a caravan to walk through, Mr. Speaker. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have dug a big hole for the American people. If we want to save this country, we need extreme border security measures to stop this open invasion now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I happen to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the ranking member on the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, Representative Joaquin Castro.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 2, which should be known as the Child Deportation Act. Last year in my family marked 100 years since my grandmother, Victoria Castro, came to the United States as a young orphan in the wake of the Mexican Revolution. On her paperwork, the San Antonio relatives who took her in wrote that she was coming, quote, to live in the United States. From the discussions on the floor today, it seems that many of my colleagues have forgotten about the lives of the asylum seekers who will be affected by their legislation. Under this bill, for example, if a Uyghur Muslim family escapes from one of China's concentration camps in Xinjiang and seeks asylum in the United States by way of Mexico, they will be turned away. If a group of Cuban dissidents sail to Florida and land outside of a port of entry, they'll be turned away. Ukrainian families fleeing from Putin's state-sponsored kidnapping, Catholics fleeing religious persecution in Nicaragua, and Christians in Iran would all be required to remain in Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, or El Salvador at the mercy of cartels and violent gangs. Under the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy, human rights observers recorded thousands of violent attacks against migrants, including kidnapping, rape, and other brutal crimes. That policy, as cruel as it was, included exemptions for unaccompanied minors and people who don't speak Spanish. This bill includes neither of those exemptions. H.R. 2 would also end humanitarian parole for tens of thousands of Afghan evacuees who fought side by side with our troops for over 20 years of war. These heroes and their families barely escaped from the Taliban last summer. And less than a year later, Republicans are trying to send our Afghan allies back to die. Many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have expressed concern about how the current immigration system will be able to handle a rising tide of immigrants post-Title 42. And I agree that we need to build a more resilient, more effective, and more efficient system. But this bill is not the way to do that. Time and again, we've seen that cruel, restrictive policies like those in this bill do not stop desperate people from fleeing persecution, oppression, and violence. This bill would send the world's most vulnerable people to places where many Americans won't even drink the water. And it would force asylum seekers to take dangerous, irregular paths to the United States, the exact kind of journey that led to the deaths of 53 people in the back of a sweltering tractor trailer in my hometown of San Antonio last summer. There are meaningful bipartisan solutions to address the causes of forced migration in the United States, and I've been proud to work across the aisle to introduce several bills that would do that. But this is not the answer.
I yield the gentleman another minute.
Unfortunately, H.R. 2 does not include any serious attempt to address the root causes of migration, and it will not make any real progress to fix our nation's broken immigration system. For that reason and many others, I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the esteemed Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, in a few moments, House Republicans will pass the strongest border security bill this country has ever seen. Meanwhile, we are seeing a very different record from President Biden, who has only been to the border one time in 50 years. We all know what it is. We've seen it every day for over 2 years, especially now that Title 42 is expiring. Record crossings, record carelessness, and record chaos. But, Mr. Speaker, what has the House Democrats have done? What have they done to secure the border and fix the border crisis? You know, I checked, and frankly, it's nothing. To start, House Democrats skipped congressional hearings at the border. Not just one committee hearing, every single one of them. When Judiciary went with Homeland, they spent the last 2 years voting by proxy. But when it comes to securing the border, they chose to stay in Washington. They treat the border like President Biden does, ignore it and hope that it goes away. I just don't understand why the Democrats wouldn't even show up for work. Mr. Speaker, the ranking member on the Judiciary Committee for the Democrats skipped a fentanyl-related hearing because it was, in his words, performative. Mr. Speaker, I guarantee you that the families who's lost loved ones to fentanyl, they don't think it's performative. They understand it's real. They lost the loved one. The story is just as bad when you look at the previous Congress. For 2 years, the do-nothing inflation Democrats refused to face the music, even as the evidence piled up and the American people cried out. Worse, they lashed out at anyone who tried to fix the problems. 2 years ago, I warned the American people about what the Border Patrol agents told me, that they were catching individuals on the terrorist watch list.
So recognized.
But were the Democrats concerned when we gave them that information? No. One Democrat who serves on armed services, who represents a border state, called me a liar. Since then, more than 175 people on the terrorist watch list have been caught crossing the border. In fact, just in February, we caught more people on the terrorist watch list in 1 month than we caught in the entire 4 years of the last administration. Mr. President, thank God the Republicans are in charge today. Thank God that they're willing to do something instead of ignoring the problem but bringing a solution. I think when you run for office, you should show up for work. I think when you have a committee hearing along the border to learn the facts, stop playing politics and work for the American people. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve. Continue to reserve.
Reserve.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Joe Biden's border crisis has become a nationwide crime scene. Cartels not only control the illegal drug market, they control our border. They're poisoning our country and exploiting every migrant who crosses our southern border. This sad crisis must end. In my district, we had the tragic story of Lizzie Murphy, who died from fentanyl poisoning at the age of 21. As in many cases, Lizzie was poisoned by just one pill, a Xanax laced with deadly fentanyl. The overdoses are also on the rise. Many of these fatalities occur from just one lethal dose of fentanyl. Just this week, we recognized National Fentanyl Awareness Day, and the CDC has reported that 2/3 of drug-related deaths involve fentanyl. Drug fatalities are now the leading cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds, and today the House will vote to pass H.R. 2. Next, Joe Biden and Senate Democrats must change course from their deadly policies. They must pass this bill, sign it into law, and implement it. We need to secure our border, stop the cartels, and keep our community safe. That's why I'm supporting H.R. 2. However, this legislation should have gone a little further to stop the evil work of cartels.
As an amendment, I offered the Lizzie Murphy Act to stop the cartels, a bill that I've previously introduced. This bill designates certain cartels as special transnational criminal organizations and implements sanctions on them and anyone who provides material support to them. We must recognize that cartels are enemies of our country and treat them that way. To disrupt their trafficking operations, we must detain or turn away all who enter our country illegally. By forcing the Biden administration to resume construction of the wall, increase Border Patrol agents, protect unaccompanied children who are at risk of trafficking, and end their foolish catch and relief practices, this Secure the Border Act of 2023 will begin to fix this crisis. I urge everyone to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman from New York is reserved, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Gentleman from Texas.
I thank my colleague for yielding the time. I rise in support of H.R. 2, Secure the Border Act of 2023, because it does just that. It secures the border. I find the comments from across the aisle rich from the very members of the party who caused the situation that our citizens are seeing on the border today. The year before the Biden administration took control of the border, CBP reported roughly 400,000 illegal border crossings. First year in office, President Biden, 1.7 million. Last year it rose to 2.8 million. I'm not sure whether that's arithmetic or logarithmic, but it is huge. Unlike many in this chamber, I visited multiple locations across the Texas border to Mexico. I saw 4 unaccompanied boys, 8 to 10 years old. What was going to happen to them? I saw rafts making multiple trips underneath the very vision of a border control location. People were helping the illegal immigrants out of the rafts and up the little cliff that we had there, to include a 1-month-old baby that had been born in Mexico. I can tell you that from being on the ground in South Texas that there is no coordinated effort to stop the flow of illegal opioids like fentanyl that kills nearly 300 Americans every day. There is no coordinated effort to stop the flow of illegal immigrants, many of whom are being trafficked as sex slaves or cheap labor. Human trafficking has now surpassed drug trafficking as the profit center for the cartels. We have indentured servanthood in this nation today, slavery by any other name. Earlier this year, I introduced the El Chapo Act, which allows us to use the billions of dollars worth of assets seized from cartel members like El Chapo to build, to build the wall. Our southern border is an unmitigated disaster, and without this bill, the ensuing chaos is going to get worse. I implore the members of this chamber.
From Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New York continues to reserve, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser. Can you restore time, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, and.
Okay.
Gentleman from Texas has 8 minutes. The gentleman from New York has 7.5. And the gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my good friend, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee from Texas, very much. Mr. Speaker, anyone who is even slightly informed understands how dire the immigration crisis is at our southern border. And if you go to the border, as I've had a few times, Customs, Border Patrol, National Guard, local and state officials all say the same thing, that this situation is out of control and our border is not secure, and it is a human disaster. Cartels, traffickers, inform vulnerable people that are seamless to enter the United States illegally and putting people in terrible harm's way. 1/3 of women are being, Mr. Speaker, raped, according to reports. Hundreds of dying, perhaps thousands, and tons of fentanyl is coming across, killing 300, mostly young Americans a day. So what do? We have a solution. and it's called H.R. 2. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's real simple. A yes for H.R. 2 is for solving the border crisis, and a no is for the status quo. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, he's going to come back, though. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New York is reserving. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say a few things. My friends on the other side of the aisle talk about this bill being inhumane. Really, is it humane under this administration to stuff 40 migrants in an 18-wheeler to die from heat and suffocation in my home state of Texas? Is it humane for the cartels to rape and traffic little girls? It is humane to kill 100,000 young people in this country from the poison of fentanyl. Is it humane, Mr. Speaker, to send children to stash houses in the United States to become sex slaves and child labor slaves that even Child Protective Services would find criminal? Because that is what this administration has done. You know, Susan Rice, domestic policy advisor in the New York Times, is quoted saying she vented a note scribbled in a memo detailing the position advocates who believed a pandemic-era border closure was compelling parents to send unaccompanied children, sometimes called UCs. In other words, what was happening because of this change of policy by the Biden administration was compelling parents to send their children by themselves in the hands of the cartels and the traffickers and the human smugglers. What does Ms. Susan Rice, Mr. Biden's domestic policy advisor, say? This is BS. She wrote, according to a copy of the memo reviewed by the Times, she says, quote, "What is leading to voluntary separation of children is our generosity to these unaccompanied minors." Wow. This administration, they know exactly what they're doing. They know what this policy has done. They know the results and the consequences of rescinding the MPP program, which is called inhumane. By the way, all it says is you cannot enter the United States. You have to remain in Mexico pending your asylum claim. You know why? Because once you enter the United States, it's catch and release all over again. The first bill I introduced 20 years ago in Congress, my very first bill, was to end catch and release. And here we are. Here we are, so many years later, and we're right back to it. And the sad thing is we had this thing under control, you know, with the construction of physical barriers and technology. And I think it's very, very sad personally. Recent news reports show that in a single week, almost 55,000 apprehensions by Border Patrol and more than 18,600 gotaways. Those are some of the highest totals on record. Make no mistake, the termination of Title 42 is well known among the migrants. It's well known to the drug traffickers and the cartels who make money off this racket. And they're waiting for this policy to end, to cross the border en masse. We see caravans right now, south, coming up towards my home state. It is clear the administration is not prepared and that this crisis will only get worse and devolve into chaos. As a result, the number of crossings already at historic levels will explode. This, Mr. Speaker, is unsustainable. We are facing a humanitarian crisis of generational proportions. It only benefits the cartels. I know this game too well. I was a federal prosecutor on the other side prosecuting them. They know exactly what they're doing. They exploit They terrorize and they make a ton of money off exploiting human beings. And it's cost countless lives. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reserve the balance of my
From
time.
Texas Reserves, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
There we go. No. At this point, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to reiterate what we've heard today, House Republicans know that border security is national security, which is why tackling this crisis truly is crucial to the fulfilling our promise to the American people and to deliver them a nation that is safe. Since President Biden took office, there have been over 5 million illegal crossings over our southern border, and more than 1.3 million people have evaded apprehension. At the same time, fentanyl is pouring over our southwest border and into our communities, into my communities, into your communities, Mr. Speaker, killing Americans at catastrophic rates. On May 11th, Title 42 is set to expire, which is only going to exacerbate the current border crisis. The President and our Democratic colleagues have offered no long-term solution. And while H.R. 2 does much to strengthen the border, it also fails to address an issue critical to our nation's farmers: reliable access to agricultural workers. We need essential reform to our immigration, asylum, and workforce laws, issues that I and many others have relentlessly been working on since being here in Congress. The United States is blessed with fertile lands and a climate conducive to agricultural productivity. However, without an adequate workforce, our farmers and our ranchers struggle to harvest and tend to their crops. This poses a direct threat to our nation's food security, our national security, and our economic prosperity. Mandating E-Verify would have a devastating impact on the American agricultural industry, including processing of agricultural products, if it were to be enacted without reforms to our agricultural labor system. They must go hand in hand.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the esteemed Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Scalise. Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The Majority Leader is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to finish, they must go hand in hand. The status quo is not working for our farmers, and we must address this crisis. We cannot mandate E-Verify without stabilizing our existing agricultural workforce. Removal of the seasonality requirement from H-2A agricultural visa programs and wage reform that makes H-2A wages and benefits more market-based. With the amended legislative language, I support H.R. 2, but seek a commitment from leadership and my colleagues that we continue the important work on true legislation, bipartisan, that will resolve the workforce needs in our industry.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman.
Mr.
I'm sorry, the gentleman's time has expired.
I reserve the right to close.
Gentleman has 30 seconds. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the right to close, Mr. Speaker. It's a hill.
Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready to close.
Prepared. Recognized to close.
The Foreign Affairs title of this bill should be about addressing the root causes of migration, about fixing the crime, corruption, poverty, and discrimination that causes people to flee north. The men and women coming to our borders do so reluctantly. They do not want the pain of leaving parents and children behind for an unknown time while they seek refuge in an unfamiliar land. They want to see their daughters when they come home from work, not on a video call. They want to hear their siblings' voices at the dinner table, not on a Zoom. They want a way to address the root causes of migration is through aid, assistance, investment, collaboration, and the rule of law guidance. If we refuse to fund such programs and efforts, we're being a penny wise and a pound foolish, ignoring our hemispheric neighbors until they are knocking on our front door. What we need to do is address our root causes. This legislation is not aligned with national security interests or our values with our goals or curbing the migration crisis. It only exacerbates the situation on the border while reinstating the same inhumane policies that have endangered migrants. We've seen that done by the former administration. We've seen the actions, and we know who he is. And we know why he put some of those policies forward. Now, I can't close without saying that Mr. McCall, Chairman McCall, is a good man. I work with him on the committee. We talk and we debate and we do things. And so I don't want this to end without anyone thinking that I don't think that Mr. McCall is a good human being. He is. We do that together. But I do have questions. You know, I hear a lot of talk about President Biden and what he's doing or what his motivations are, et cetera. Well, I too have questions about the policies of former President Trump. Coming from New York, I have been around a lot and seen and heard his motivations, particularly as it pertains to the bills that he put forward in regards to migration. And I know of what he thinks of immigrants. I know of what the former president thinks of immigrants. Why? Because he said it. He said things that have been shocking to me, that is revealing of what he thought and why he put forward the principles that he's done. It's not me making it up. Over 34 times he called these people that are trying to come for better lives, these immigrants, over 34 times he's called them animals. That's not how we should look at our individuals, poor, running from a crisis as they are doing in Afghanistan and Ukraine and in Venezuela and other parts of Latin America. I know because I come from New York. I've seen what he's done to his own employees and how he's treated them. I know because I heard from his own mouth calling countries on the continent of Africa and in the Caribbean and South America S-hole countries. I know because he also just wanted to put a ban on people because of their religious belief. I know because even after people were convicted in the Central Park 5 in New York, he still called them vicious names. I know his motivations, and that is reflective in the policies that he's passed. That's why we should not be supporting this bill. That's not who we are as Americans. Let's fight to show the rest of the world who we really are, that we want to take care as that statue in New York City stands of that lady holding the torch. Give me your poor, give me your weary, give me your tired. That's who we became as a country, not the motivations of the former president and his policies. This bill is in the wrong direction. It's in the wrong direction. Our partners in the region are watching us very closely today. I've been talking to those leaders. I've been talking to people from the various countries in Central and South America, many of whom are in my district. This is not the way to go. I urged the members of this august body, let's not fall into the same mistakes of the past. Let's sit down and let's figure out how we can work together in a bipartisan way for a strong immigration reform bill so that we can treat humans as humans, so that we can show our actions are similar to what we pray. When we're in church or in the synagogue or a mosque, we pray for the poor, we pray for the helpless. We want to make a difference. We have an opportunity to do that. We have an opportunity to make sure that we keep our borders safe by dealing with the root causes of migration and treating people in a humane way, not just considering those in law enforcement, but thinking about the people when I see their hands on the gates asking for a better life, saying all I want to do is see my child have an opportunity, and I'm willing to go through whatever the process is. Let's think about them. Let's think about those images. Let's think about how we can do better. I yield back the balance.
And yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time to the esteemed Majority Leader of the House, gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my friend from Texas for yielding. To respond to my friend Mr. Newhouse's question, first I want to thank you for your unwavering support for American agriculture. The industry is lucky to have such a champion as you. You've been very vocal at addressing some of the questions you have. I also want to thank you for working with us on those questions. I know you have those concerns that you brought up, but I'm glad that we've been able to work through many of those concerns. As Majority Leader, I can commit that we will continue to work with you on legislation to address the workforce needs of our agriculture industry. Mr. Speaker, we have a crisis at our nation's border. That's why we're bringing the Secure America's Border Act to the floor today. It's why the President and Secretary Mayorkas should be doing everything in their power to stop the surge that we're seeing today, maybe 10,000 people coming across illegally. That is something that Secretary Mayorkas says is not an open border. I would hate to see his description of an open border if 10,000 people coming across in one day is not. They're derelict in their duty because they have opened up the border to the tune of over 5 million people that have come into our country. That's more than my home state of Louisiana that have come into our country illegally just in the last 2 years that Joe Biden has been president. We've asked where they're going. We've asked how are they taking care of them? Who's housing them? Are the kids going to school? They don't know. In fact, the New York Times just reported that the Biden administration lost track of 85,000 young kids who have come into our country illegally. How do you lose 85,000 young kids and then say you don't have a problem and you won't work with Republicans to fix it? The president actually issued a veto threat on this bill. And what does this bill do? It secures America's border again. It ends catch and release and says, let's get back to rule of law. We are actually a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. We can do both. But this president has abandoned the rule of law to the point where more than 5 million people have come across illegally. And what has it also done? It's brought drugs into our country. The cartels are running our southern border. Today, we're going to lose 300 young people to fentanyl deaths because President Biden opened our southern border. Yesterday, 300 young people died. Tomorrow, another 300 young people in America will die because the president opened the southern border, and he doesn't care about it. He issued a veto threat on the bill that will fix it. House Republicans are not going to sit on the sidelines. We brought a bill to the floor that everybody should vote for. Again, get back to rule of law. Give our Border Patrol agents the tools they need so that if somebody actually has an asylum claim, they can come and seek asylum the legal way. You want to come to America? We're the most generous nation in the world. Legal immigration works. when you open up the border and bring 5 million people in 2 years, it undermines the entire legal system and it breaks down communities, not just at the border, all across America. This is wreaking devastation all across America, not only the deaths, all of the other things that go with it, and the president won't fix it. Today, we can take a step to fix this problem. I urge all members to vote for this bill, and I urge the president to get engaged in working with us to solve this problem. Let's pass the bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
All times expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 383, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to secure the borders of the United States and for other purposes.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 2, offered by Ms. Garcia of Texas.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ready? For what purposes does the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, it's great to see you up there, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Resolution 383, I call up the bill H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of an Employment Fraud Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 21, H.R. 1163. a bill to provide incentives for states to recover fraudulently paid federal and state unemployment compensation and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 383, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in House Report 118-51 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This crucial legislation will finally protect taxpayers and victims of fraud against the largest theft of tax dollars in American history. Americans are suffering under a cost of living crisis fueled by Democrats' reckless spending. It has brought us to the brink of recession and spurred the highest increase in interest rates in 16 years. It must be infuriating for folks to also see that it's not just the American dream that's being stolen from them, but their identities and their tax dollars. Criminal organizations and foreign fraudsters exploited the pandemic to steal hundreds of billions in payments intended to keep workers afloat amidst government lockdowns, and the victims, they need our help. How much has been stolen? The Department of Labor Inspector General told the Ways and Means Committee that taxpayers may be on the hook for at least $191 billion in improper payments. And that's just the lower estimate. Outside experts estimate up to $400 billion of improper payments. While working Americans were trying to piece their lives back together during the pandemic, Democrats did nothing to fight fraud. When Democrats held the majority on Ways and Means, they ignored, they blocked, and shot down common sense safeguards and refused to hold even one hearing on this fraud. That inaction made it clear that their soft on crime agenda does not just apply to carjackings and looting department stores. It applies to defrauding the federal government as well. During a State of the Union, President Biden said, "The watchdogs are back." He rolled out the position of chief pandemic prosecutor at the Department of Justice. Since then, even as we've discovered more instances of fraud, the Biden administration official responsible for prosecuting it has resigned, and the position sits vacant for months. That's not accountability. We couldn't afford inaction for the last 2 years, and we can afford it even less today. These are stolen tax dollars, which makes every person in America a victim of this fraud. Today's vote is an important step towards ending the suffering and delivering accountability. The Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act gives states the tools they need to go after fraudsters and shores up vulnerabilities by improving identity verification and modernizing state UI systems. It allows states to retain 25% of fraudulent federal funds recovered. This is a real incentive for states to pursue what can be costly investigations and prosecutions, because now they can use recovered funds to improve UI program integrity and fraud prevention. These dollars can go towards hiring investigators and prosecutors to go after criminals to recover fraud payments. This will also give states the resources to modernize systems and technology to better verify identity and income for unemployment and deter, detect, and prevent improper payments. This legislation also allows states to keep 5% of UI overpayments recouped in the future to continue to improve benefit delivery and eligibility verification. This includes matching state lists against databases, which will help reduce payments to deceased and incarcerated individuals. Many of these reform ideas are bipartisan and very long overdue. Some are supported by the Department of Labor Inspector General and were even included in past budget requests from President Trump, President Obama, and even Biden has included several of the ideas in the Protecting Taxpayer and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act in his most recent budget request. I'm hopeful House Democrats will join here to also protect taxpayers and support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Democrats strongly agree that those who took advantage of the COVID crisis to commit fraud must be held accountable. Indeed, Democrats put $2 billion in the American Rescue Plan to fight fraud, and every House Republican voted against these investments to prevent fraud and to hold criminals accountable. These Democratic anti-fraud dollars helped the Department of Labor create an important cross-checking system to catch fraudsters who apply for unemployment in one state while receiving income in another, a practice for which a Republican House member reportedly was indicted earlier this week. Republicans are playing a dangerous game by cutting ongoing successful work by the federal government to fight fraud and leaving states to pick up the pieces. The Department of Labor expressed deep concern about how H.R. 1163 will throttle essential ongoing efforts to strengthen and protect the uninsurance program. Instead of punishing organized crime, the Republican H.R. 1163 guts federal funding to fight fraud, weakens state unemployment systems, privatizes American public service jobs, and sends cruel surprise bills to innocent workers who were unemployed during the pandemic. We bipartisanly enacted pandemic unemployment benefits that kept an estimated 5 million people a year from falling into poverty. This assistance meant revenue and customers for businesses and helped spur our economic recovery. Unfortunately, when disaster struck, state unemployment systems were not prepared. Mistakes were made, and thousands of workers were overpaid. Again, we worked bipartisanly to encourage states to waive overpayments to protect unemployed workers. Now Republicans want to force states to claw back accidental overpayments from workers up to 10 years later. So when my GOP colleagues incorrectly assert that the bill limits the clawback of overpayments to fraud, they're only referring to a very narrow limit on the ability of states to keep portions of recovered fraud payments. My Democratic colleagues and I offered many amendments to invest in anti-fraud efforts, protect workers, and strengthen state unemployment systems. The Republicans rejected every amendment. Instead, the GOP careens toward ahead with H.R. 1163 that the CBO estimates is a net cut in federal investment in fighting unemployment fraud and strengthening unemployment systems. And that is why so many organizations oppose H.R. 1163, including the AFL-CIO, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the Communication Workers of America, the National Employment Law Project, and the Service Employees Unions. I urge my colleagues to oppose this dangerous bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the subcommittee chairman of the Work and Welfare Committee, Mr. LaHood from Illinois.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Today, Republicans are following through on our promise to the American people last fall, our commitment to a government that is accountable. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1163. This long-awaited bill is needed to address the unprecedented levels of fraud in pandemic unemployment programs. Every dollar going to fraud is a dollar that did not go to those who actually needed it. My home state of Illinois paid out nearly $2 billion in federal funds for fraudulent unemployment claims, nearly half of the money paid out by the state. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit for the record an audit by the State of Illinois Department of Economic Security from June 2020. Those fraudsters acted with intent and malice and diverted critical relief for unemployed workers. Early on in the pandemic, multiple red flags were raised by law enforcement agencies about the threat of fraudsters using stolen identities to file false unemployment claims. The U.S. Secret Service raised the first alarm, issuing an alert memo in May of 2020 warning of a well-organized Nigerian crime ring exploiting COVID-19 crisis to commit large-scale fraud against state unemployment insurance programs. Mr. Speaker, I'd additionally like to submit for the record that memo from the U.S. Secret Service.
Without objection.
The public needed to know what was happening to these funds, yet not a single oversight hearing was held at the time. Democrats turned a blind eye to fraud and rejected Republican efforts to stop it. While considering the American Rescue Act in committee, Democrats rejected Republican amendments that would have stopped the, quote, pay and chase model of benefit delivery. In September of 2022, Democrats voted against a resolution of inquiry demanding communications showing the Department of Labor had knowledge of unemployment insurance dollars flowing to international crime syndicates. Now, today, Republicans are taking action. We will not turn our backs and walk away from the greatest theft of taxpayer dollars in American history. Currently, state workforce agencies have little incentive to pursue costly investigations and prosecutions that do not pay out. This bill here today, H.R. 1163, will jumpstart efforts to recover what we can by making the juice worth the squeeze. For states still working through a backlog of suspicious unemployment claims and appeals, the number of individuals or entities facing UI fraud-related charges has grown since March 2020 and will continue to increase as these cases take time to develop. Based on an analysis of the U.S. Department of Justice from January 13, 2023, federal charges were pending against up to 240 individuals for attempting to defraud pandemic UI programs. States that take the initiative will be allowed to retain a portion of the recovered funds to prevent future fraud by using the recovery reward to improve program integrity, including hire investigators, and to go after criminals and modernize state systems. This bill, 30 seconds.
30 more seconds.
Someone has 30 seconds.
This bill allows a state to retain 5% of the recovered UI overpayments. This includes having common sense procedures in place like preventing UI benefit payments from going to incarcerated people and deceased people. We have an opportunity today to gain some restitution for American taxpayers. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1163, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you. After President Trump twiddled while thousands of Americans died of COVID, we entered a national crisis. And in that emergency, the Trump administration, the Biden administration, and the states did not do enough to prevent fraud in this and other programs. If Republicans were genuinely interested in strengthening anti-fraud efforts, as I certainly am, we could today approve bipartisan legislation to do that. Instead, they reject many of the important recommendations that their own witnesses before our committee from the Government Accountability Office and the Inspector General told us were necessary. Instead of protecting taxpayers today from fraud, they use this misnamed bill to actually cut the very funding that is required for anti-fraud and recovery of wrong payments. When millions of Texans found themselves out of a job, the Texas Workforce Commission was not ready to provide a lifeline. Even in the middle of the night, my neighbors could not get through to get the insurance to which they were entitled. Little wonder that the same state agency did a sorry job of preventing fraud. The vast majority of Texans who eventually received unemployment were entitled to it, unlike, apparently, an indicted member of the Republican caucus. Our unemployment insurance system should be strengthened, not undermined, as this very bill would do. I yield back.
From Illinois Reserves, the gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the chairman for yielding. The premise of this bill is simple. Criminals and fraudsters should be held accountable for dollars that were illegally obtained. And we ought to ensure that this doesn't happen again. We can argue, we can talk about how we got here, who's responsible, but I can tell you as a member of the Ways and Means Committee, we spent the last 3 years, Republicans on the committee, pleading with the Biden administration and with Democrats for answers on the impact of unemployment fraud, for ways to stop it, and the steps that we need to recover as much of it as possible. But unfortunately, it fell on deaf ears, and now we have some counts as high as $400 billion that were lost to fraud or improper payments under the program. That's money that should have been supporting our constituents that were struggling from job loss during the pandemic. Instead, it went to criminals and cheats. In my district, too many unemployed individuals could not access payments because those benefits had already been claimed by scam artists. Similarly, for the last 2 filing seasons, many of my constituents have only found out then that they were a victim of identity theft when they got a 1099 in the mail that says they owe taxes on unemployment benefits they never claimed. Now, they're stuck fighting the IRS to rectify their tax bill and hung out to dry trying to reclaim their identity. Finally, after 3 years, House Republicans are taking this important step today toward righting this wrong. This legislation gives states both the incentives and the tools needed to prosecute criminals and recover fraudulent payments. It takes the steps that we should have taken 3 years ago to prevent fraud in the first place. I do want to be clear. This bill is not about taking away employment benefits from those who relied on them, who needed them during the pandemic. Quite the opposite. 30 seconds? 30 seconds? Yeah.
Additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
It's not about taking away unemployment benefits for those who relied on them. It's quite the opposite. This bill goes after those who robbed unemployment benefits from those who need it. I'm hopeful that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will recognize that this is common sense legislation to right a wrong and to protect our constituents and our taxpayers. I yield back.
Reserves, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman from
Mr.
California
Thompson.
is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic significantly impacted the economies of every country around the world, resulting in great economic shutdown. However, our country, the United States, came out of the pandemic ahead of other nations because we expanded programs such as unemployment insurance. Sadly, this bill seeks to target Americans who received overpayment from the government at no fault of their own, instead of going after those who committed fraud. During the bill's markup and later in the Rules Committee, I offered an amendment that would amend the criminal code to extend the statute of limitations to 10 years, as recommended by the Department of Labor Inspector General and legal experts, so we could get the crooks. However, the Republicans decided to go after public servants and retirees instead of the criminals. One of the other members said that criminals and cheats need to be brought to justice. They do. Extend the statutes of limitations and we can do it. We can catch the bad guys. We can catch the crooks. We can get the taxpayer money back. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tinney.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act. This bill makes meaningful strides to recover hundreds of billions of dollars in fraudulent unemployment benefits. Congress has the responsibility to oversee our nation's unemployment programs and rein in rampant fraud. Unfortunately, for years, Democrats virtually refused to acknowledge the extent of this issue, while taxpayers and small businesses in New York's 24th District were forced to foot the bill. Criminal organizations, including international cybercrime rings and other foreign actors, even exploited this national crisis to steal billions from taxpayers. The exact amount of unemployment fraud resulting from the pandemic is not known. Estimates are wide-ranging, with some encompassing only improper payments due to fraud, and others focused on all improper payments, including those resulting from administrative error. The Government Accounting Office found at least $60 billion in fraud as they testified before our committee. However, according to recent testimony from the Department of Labor Inspector General, improper payments in pandemic unemployment programs have saddled taxpayers with at least $191 billion as testified before our committee, and some experts suggest this number could be as high as $400 billion. New York alone is estimated to have paid as much as $11 billion in fraudulent unemployment benefits since March 2020. On top of all of this, New York has an outstanding trust fund loan of nearly $8 billion, which is yet to repay. Because of New York's gross mismanagement, taxpayers and small businesses must now make up the difference. After all the hardships they've endured over the past several years, how can it possibly be fair to ask them to pick up the tab for the government's negligence and incompetence? Now, under House Republicans and the leadership of Jason Smith, Congress is finally taking steps to recover these valuable taxpayer dollars. I urge support for this bill from all my colleagues, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Congressman Blumenauer.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm having flashbacks in terms of what we were facing in 2020. Every member of my office was working to try and deal with panicked people who couldn't get through to get their unemployment in a system that was bogged down. 600% increase. Now we're taking up legislation that would cut fraud-fighting dollars and hold hard-working Americans liable for overpayments that were not necessarily their fault. Families would be forced to repay these funds up to 10 years later. Even the Congressional Budget Office has said there's uncertainty about how much would be recovered. I was in the middle of that. I saw the panic, the challenge, and the despair. I think it would be far better to take advantage of extending the statute of limitations so we make sure we can claw it back, but don't punish people who may be caught up in this net that was not of their making. I strongly urge that we reject this, that we deal with ways to increase the statute of limitations and recover the money that needs to be recovered.
Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side have noted their objection to this bill's rescission of unobligated COVID funds sitting unused at the Department of Labor. They claim these funds are important in combating UI fraud, but the reality couldn't be further from the truth. I'd like to submit for the record a February letter from the Missouri Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. In it, my state's workforce director notes their experience with Tiger teams. It says, quote, recent funding opportunities such as the equity and Tiger team grants provide limited flexibility to address program integrity and ongoing fraud prevention strategies. This doesn't sound like a glowing review. I welcome Democrats to share any information that they have that the Department of Labor efforts have helped us recover dollars for American taxpayers. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield
without objection.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
The gentleman from Kansas has 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act. Right now, our federal government is borrowing $1 out of $5 we spend, over $45,000 a second. This fact alone should outrage every American. Yet we face another outrageous problem here in the swamp: waste, fraud, and abuse. Not only are we borrowing at historic rates, but we're borrowing to cover the costs of rampant fraud that exists, frequently unchecked in our systems. This was magnified during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. While there were good reasons to expand unemployment benefits when many Americans were displaced from work through no fault of their own, we are already 3 years removed from the passage of the CARES Act, and the pandemic emergency declaration is over. Not because the Biden administration followed the science and voluntarily gave up their emergency powers, but because the House Republicans and the Senate came together to force the Biden administration to end the pandemic emergency declaration. One troubling data point that emerged is the unemployment claims as a percentage of unemployed workers. This was 37% in February 2020, right before the pandemic came to our shores. Yet by August of the same year, it had climbed to 216%. The data is clear. We were paying massive amounts of unemployment to people who were not unemployed. It's estimated that of the $873 billion in total pandemic UI benefits dispersed, about $357 billion went to fraudulent claims. No member of Congress should be comfortable telling their constituents that they don't care about wasting nearly $400 billion of taxpayer money. In my home state, a forensic audit found that the state of Kansas paid up to $466 million in unemployment fraud. While this massive fraud was occurring, hardworking, unemployed Kansans were competing with fraudsters to receive the unemployment benefits they deserved and so desperately needed. In my office in Wichita, we received countless calls from Kansans who were trying to reach an ineffective Kansas Department of Labor. One constituent waited over half a year after her claim mysteriously ended up in the fraud department. Others reached out to let me know they'd been victims of fraud, some receiving a 1099 claiming they owed taxes on benefits that somebody else received. These cases point to a real problem in Kansas and across the country. Taxpayers lost out to fraudsters who used the pandemic, vast sums of federal funds, and weak state leadership to gain the system. Thankfully, there's a solution that protects the taxpayers and reins in the fraud we've seen in unemployment insurance. The Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act won't make everybody whole, but it ensures that some of the hundreds of billions of dollars are recouped, and it lets states keep 25% of those funds so they can improve their own unemployment insurance systems. To be clear, unemployment is a critical lifeline that helps Americans during a challenging time. When bad actors abuse the program, it hurts those who actually need it by taking away monetary and human resources. The bill, 30 seconds.
Additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
The bill is a right and fair approach to ensure unemployed Americans have full access to the assistance they need, and when done correctly, encourages those individuals to get back into the workforce. Tackling waste, fraud, and abuse in unemployment insurance shouldn't be a partisan issue. It rights a wrong and is just common sense. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in this common sense legislation that puts taxpayers first, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Congressman Pascrell.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the other side, respectfully, Republicans, created a once-in-a-century crisis. Once in a century. They're holding this sham debate to distract us. In 2021, Democrats passed the American Rescue Plan. It had a very strong fraud protection section. I hope you read it. Our unemployment aid was a gigantic success, by the way. It kept families together, and it saved lives. Republicans claim to care about misuse, but when we passed real fraud protections, every single one of you voted no. That's the record. It's clear. House Republicans are harboring a disgraced fraudster who was just arrested on unemployment fraud, and you cannot make it up. We're prosecuting fraud. States recovered over $100 million. Enforcement is working. This is not about
time
fraud
has expired. Members are
or about saving money.
Members are reminded to please direct your comments to the chair. Thank you so much. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri. Sir, your time has expired. Gentleman's time was expired after my recommendation to direct the comments to the chair. Thank you so much. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentle lady from California, Ms. Still.
Gentle lady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as we all now know, pandemic unemployment assistance funds became the source of the greatest theft of taxpayer dollars in American history. Estimates put the total amount of assistance lost to fraud as high as $400 billion. California alone lost around $60 billion under the leadership of President Biden's Secretary of Labor nominee, Julie Su. As Californians in particular continue struggling under spiking prices and high taxes, it is absurd to force them to foot the bill for fraud committed while their leaders were asleep at the wheel. That is why I am proud to support the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act, which will address this unprecedented theft by incentivizing states to recover these stolen funds and providing the tools to prevent future fraud. Government caused this problem, and it owes to American taxpayers a solution. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this measure and provide the fiscal oversight we were sent here to deliver. And thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, and now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about addressing fraud. My home state of Pennsylvania is already fighting fraud with the American Rescue Plan funds that support new positions in American job centers. This bill targets innocent workers who have no idea that their state made mistakes in meeting unemployment benefits. This bill targets innocent workers whom emergency benefits was kept for their households afloat. The bill targets innocent workers who went back to work as soon as they could and offered lower pay. I urge my colleagues to let states focus on real fraud and protect innocent workers by voting against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You back.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Kerry.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1163. Our job recovery has been hampered by bloated COVID relief benefits that paid people more not to work, while criminals and fraudsters were lining their pockets with billions in taxpayer funds that expanded UI programs. Now, we're not talking about everyday fraud or administrative error. We're talking about fraud that was committed with the intent both domestically and by foreign nation actors that, frankly, use COVID relief to conduct economic warfare against American citizens and put our national security at risk. In my home state of Ohio, it was estimated that $1 billion may have been paid in fraudulent unemployment from March of 2020 to June of 2022. Now, my friends on the other side are arguing against this bill, and the administration has just released a statement of administration policy opposing this bill. The fact is, the president's fiscal year 2024 budget request includes several of the very same fraud recovery and prevention measures that my colleagues across the aisle are railing against today. 3 of the proposals in the president's budget are nearly identical, allowing states to keep 5% of recovered overpayments and reinvest those dollars in program integrity and fraud prevention. Matching unemployment claims data against the National Directory of New Hires to verify when somebody's receiving unemployment becomes employed. Extending the statute of limitations for criminal charges and civil actions for persecuting fraud from 5 to 10 years. After declaring that the watchdogs are back in his first State of the Union, the President, nearly 2 years to finally embrace the anti-fraud policies that we Republicans are calling for today. When the President, were the President to veto this bill, he would be vetoing the very same policies he endorsed. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
From Missouri Reserves, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now my pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from my home state of Illinois.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all share the goal of fighting fraud. And as my colleague just said, there are things that we can and do agree on, but this bill isn't that. Our focus should be about going after those who stole unemployment insurance money and fixing the broken systems that enabled them. Instead, the Republicans' bill seeks to claw back funds included in the American Rescue Plan that would allow the states to do what we're asking today. Mr. Smith's bill will make it easier for the bad guys to cheat the system, not harder, and it will hurt the hardworking, law-abiding citizens. Countless honest taxpayers hit hard by the pandemic followed the rules of their state, received their benefits, and used those funds to pay for their children's health care, to pay their rent, and simply to make ends meet. They had no way to know the state had mistakenly overpaid them. But during the markup, I asked Chairman Smith what protections were included in this bill to ensure that honest taxpayers didn't get surprise bills or face persecution from states for the state's own mistakes.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. I'm sorry. The gentleman from Illinois has 30 seconds.
Thank you. So during the markup, I asked what protections were in place to protect those honest taxpayers. Neither the chair nor any of my Republican colleagues could point to any protections. While both sides of the aisle care about fighting fraud, and I know we do, this bill makes clear that only Democrats care about protecting hardworking, honest Americans from receiving surprise bills and being treated like criminals. Thank you. I yield back.
Now the gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
Recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act, which addresses the urgent need to safeguard taxpayer dollars from unemployment insurance fraud schemes. One of our most crucial oversight duties is to ensure the responsible use of taxpayer funds. Recent reports from the White House, GAO, the Department of Labor, and other organizations have exposed the alarming theft of up to $400 billion in taxpayer dollars due to unemployment insurance fraud during the COVID pandemic. This revelation demands immediate action. This is what we're trying to accomplish here, is to show a plan that's feasible to be able to go after this fraud. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about wanting to, they want to go after fraud too, and these arguments that we're talking about are missing the point. This bill will go after the fraud that took place. It's introduced 1163, and it will help enable the recovery of lost dollars, ensuring that this stolen money is reclaimed. Now, while fraud has been widespread across this nation, some states have demonstrated success in minimizing these losses. In Utah, my home state, overpayment due to fraud consisted less than 1% of total benefits dispersed. I'm proud of this. Our leaders in Utah have done an excellent job managing and protecting these resources thanks to the systems and processes implemented by former Governor Herbert, Governor Cox, and their administrations, and the Utah State Legislature. The federal government must now work to restore public trust. This starts with holding bad actors accountable. This bill will enable that by strengthening the integrity of our systems for the future and encourage states to be proactive rather than reactive. I urge my colleagues to support this fiscally responsible bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Let me say that I believe in border security, the southern border, and the fact that we're a land of immigrants, as well as we're a land of laws. Two bad bills that don't fix the immigration border security problem And here we are not fixing any problem of fraud. Let me explain to my colleagues, but also the American people. They take away $400 million that we use to eliminate fraud. How does that work in H.R. 1163? This bill is to claw back allegedly funds that people allegedly received accidentally. And this is what will happen. Let me tell you what they are going to do. They're going to make sure that law enforcement, first responders who every day were out during the pandemic because they accidentally received an overpay. I had an amendment. They rejected it to exempt law enforcement. And we are, in fact, coming upon National Police Week next week. When we honor and memorialize them, they wouldn't take that amendment. They wouldn't take the amendment to exempt firefighters. I saw them out when I was out, testing, vaccinations, people in crisis during the pandemic. They were out, and they wouldn't take exemption of school teachers. This is a bad bill. Why are you punishing those? Let us take this bill off, go back to the drawing board. We're losing, we're not gaining.
Ladies, time
I yield
has
back my
expired.
time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you,
Gentleman
Mr.
from North
Speaker.
Carolina recognized for a minute and a half.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1163, Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw the words unprecedented many, many times. Today, we stand at an unprecedented crime scene. Of course, during the course of the pandemic, the American taxpayer was subjected to one of the greatest heists ever committed, to the tune of about $190 billion in improper unemployment payments. My colleague across the aisle said, yeah, they received the money accidentally. Well, if I walk up across the street and find a $20 bill accidentally dropped by someone else, do I not owe that money back to them? Is it mine to keep? No, it's not. It's to be given back. And this is what was done from payments to the American taxpayers who did not deserve the money. So, of course, the spending spree by the Biden administration wants to continue by adding ballooning debt to our national deficit. Today, House Republicans are presenting a solution to this unprecedented problem. We're not raising taxes or spending our grandchildren's money. We're merely asking for money back that was not owed to those people. It's simple. Why not reclaim the billions of dollars in improper payments before spending another cent of taxpayer money? Even school children would understand such an issue. It's past time we rectify this disaster and hold accountable for those who got money that they did not deserve. Thank you. I would urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Foster.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Congress's physicist and computer chip designer, I rise to make the simple point that the massive levels of UI fraud and identity fraud generally did not happen in countries that have a secure and trusted digital ID system. This is well known to residents of many states as the mobile ID, or digital driver's license, that allows a real ID compliant driver's license to be placed onto your smartphone and to use the unique hardware ID of your phone and its biometric login capabilities to prove that you are who you say you are, online or in person, and to prevent anyone from impersonating you. Last session of Congress, we came within a whisker of getting it included into the omnibus, that the federal government should start recognizing this proven form of digital ID. And so, unfortunately, H.R. 1163 is a bill that's designed to fail in the Senate. And if we start working with our Senate colleagues, I think we have a chance of making real progress in this. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand in opposition to this bill. It is nothing more than a disingenuous attempt to undermine the federal unemployment insurance program, which provided a critical lifeline to millions of Americans during the pandemic. My Republican colleagues say they're concerned about unemployment fraud. Well, I am too, but this bill does nothing to claw back stolen UI funds. In fact, it will go a long way towards stopping the ongoing successful work by the federal government to fight fraud and hold criminals responsible. It would rescind $2 billion in funding provided to the Department of Labor to strengthen the UI system and improve fraud detection and prevention, and replace it with a bizarre set of incentives for the states to go after ordinary workers who are overpaid through no fault of their own years after the fact. The Department of Labor assistance facilitated by the rescue plan made a huge difference in my Virginia. Following the guidance, we were able to make a significant dent in the unemployment insurance appeals backlog that has plagued our state system for years. There's no question our unemployment system needs improvement, but this bill would make the system more vulnerable to fraud, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since House Republicans have been in control, we've brought transparency to the people's house. We are the ones who are protecting taxpayers. We are the ones exposing waste, fraud, and abuse, including as high as $400 billion in COVID relief and unemployment fraud. Sadly, my home state of New York ranks near the top of the list with an estimated $11 billion in fraudulent unemployment benefits. These taxpayer dollars went to fraudsters, many overseas, as far as China, Russia, Nigeria. They even went to dead people. They spent it on Rolex watches, fancy furnishings, designer goods at Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Burberry, Gucci, $10 million villa in Dominican Republic, $3.5 million on a mansion in New Jersey and a charter jet to get a fraudster who purchased it to and from. Porsches, Ferraris, Bentleys, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benz. One person even received $1.5 million over a span of 10 months. Meanwhile, my district office in Staten Island and Brooklyn had to help dozens of constituents who had their identities stolen and could not get unemployment benefits they desperately needed. New York had to take an $8 billion loan from the federal government, which it has not paid back yet, by the way, to cover all this. And now our small businesses are paying the price with higher unemployment assessments. The bottom line is this bill would help crack down on this type of fraud. Would give law enforcement the statute of limitations it needs for criminal charges or civil actions, incentivizes states to help us crack down and recover these fraudulent payments, and it stops unemployment insurance payments to incarcerated and deceased people. I don't know how anyone can't support this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the distinguished ranking member of the House Ways and Means Work and Welfare Subcommittee for the time. Mr. Speaker, this bill, the Surprise Billing Our Workers Act, is another extreme MAGA attempt that threatens to punish hardworking constituents whom, at no fault of their own, may have been overpaid unemployment insurance benefits. If deficiencies and errors on the part of the unemployment authorities in each state cause an overpayment, this bill would allow the government to go after those funds for up to 10 years. Imagine that. Constituents in my district in North Las Vegas who have been working hard, paying their bills and taking care of their families suddenly gets a surprise bill that says that they owe hundreds or even thousands of dollars. On top of that, you want to go after fraudulent people gaming the system? We have laws and resources in place to go after networks and individuals who purposely try to get money that they're not entitled to. Just look at the member from the other side of the aisle who was indicted yesterday for unemployment fraud, among other things.
Gentleman's time has expired.
May I ask for additional 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Gentleman has 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, last Congress, I introduced the Unemployment Insurance Technology Modernization Act, which would prevent fraud and address the technical shortcomings of many state unemployment programs. I would ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to work with me and other colleagues to actually provide solutions. Stop targeting our constituents. Let's go after the corporate cartels that are involved in this fraud of our unemployment insurance, but let's protect the unemployment program, which is a bridge to people who need it. My constituents face the second highest unemployment during the pandemic.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I will fight for them every step of the way.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you are making Missouri proud, doing a great job up there. Democrats, they falsely are claiming that this bill claws back relief funds from Americans who received an overpayment through no fault of their own. The language in this bill is crystal clear. It is focused on recovering overpayments due to fraud. That means intent on the part of the individual. Intent on the part of the individual. Existing law already protects individuals who receive overpayments through administrative error or otherwise. In fact, Section 2104 of the CARES Act allows states to waive overpayments on a case-by-case basis if the payment would be contrary to equity and good conscience. This bill also explicitly states in Section 2A2 and Section 2A3 that, quote, the state agency may retain 25% of any amount recovered from overpayments of pandemic emergency unemployment compensation. This is the one you need to understand. That were determined to be made due to fraud. Not overpayment, due to fraud. I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire as to how much time is remaining.
Time inquiry. The gentleman from Illinois has 14 minutes. And from Missouri has 3.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Kamala Dove.
The gentlelady from California has 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to condemn Republicans' attack on our workers. The GOP's Surprise Billing Our Workers Act would allow states to send surprise bills to workers for unemployment benefits overcompensation paid to them during the pandemic for as long as 10 years after the overpayment was issued. Is it the job of the American people to keep the receipts of 10 years past of UI payments so that they don't go to jail? People who applied for these benefits and were overpaid did not know they had been overpaid. These were the result of a government mistake. To add salt to the wound, Republicans want to cut fraud prevention programs by $400 million over the next 5 years. Unbelievable. And this legislation hurts our state employee unions by allowing states to contract out jobs, which is what led to this mess in the first place. Let's be clear. This is an old trope from the Republican playbook. Blame and demonize poor and black women, insinuating they're gaming the system when Republicans have their own welfare queen to deal with. How can you possibly lecture Americans about paying their bills when you fail time and time again to come together and meet your financial obligations as a country? I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yacom.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1163, the Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act. The Department of Labor's Inspector General pegs pandemic-era unemployment insurance fraud at $191 billion. Though other experts say it could run as high as $400 billion. These are staggering figures. This fraud enriched criminals. It harmed innocent Americans who face processing delays, stolen benefits, and stolen identities. These were not victimless crimes. H.R. 1163 takes a couple of important and common sense steps towards addressing this fraud. First, it extends the statute of limitations so that we can continue to investigate reports, recover taxpayer dollars, and prosecute the fraudsters. More importantly, it incentivizes states not just to recover fraudulent payments, but to shore up their systems against future fraud by allowing them to use a portion of recovered funds for program integrity and fraud prevention efforts. The unemployment insurance program is an important part of our safety net that helps Americans recover from a job loss. But the pandemic exposed major flaws that are in desperate need of attention. I support the bill before us today because we shouldn't just catch the fraud that was, we need to stop the fraud that will be. H.R. 1163 takes steps to ensure that we in Congress and Americans across the country have faith in this program to deliver during difficult times. I want to thank my good friend Chairman Smith, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The chair will receive a message.
A message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Chu.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in opposition to the Surprise Billing Our Workers Act. This bill would harass workers with surprise bills for unemployment benefits that were overpaid due to state errors. These workers, many of whom work long hours for low wages, rightfully use these benefits on basic needs such as utilities, rent, and groceries, with no way of knowing that there was a mistake. State agencies who were simply not equipped to expeditiously get out pandemic unemployment benefits, resulting in a number of overpayments to workers who filled out their applications honestly in states led by governors of both parties. There's no denying that there were wrongdoers who exploited the emergency programs set up by Congress to assist American workers. However, this is not an excuse to go after honest Americans who did nothing wrong. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve, Mr.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Ohio, Congresswoman Sykes.
The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I joined Congress, I was a state representative in the great state of Ohio. And during the pandemic, my office fielded hundreds, if not thousands, of calls from parents, seniors, veterans, farmers, and families, all who needed help, and we did. Unbeknownst to my constituents, the IT systems at the state agencies in Ohio processed those claims. Those IT systems needed to be updated. The staff roles had been decimated and protections were not in place. Then months after those families sighed a breath of relief, they received a letter demanding repayment. Mr. Speaker, if you've never been on the other end of a phone call where someone has cried or wailed in fear or financial ruin or how are they going to feed their families or pay their bills or get their medication, I can understand why you would vote for this bill. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I have and I cannot support this legislation. I understand the need to stop fraud and I understand the need to do this work, and I look forward to doing it with you someday, but this bill would not do it. In fact, it actually eliminates $2 billion of funds to update the systems that caused this problem and put my constituents in this situation in the first place. I was sent here to fight for families, to lower costs, not to criminalize Americans, and support them with bills that will help their families live the American dream. That's why I will offer a motion to recommit H.R. 1163, and I ask unanimous consent to add the text of this amendment to the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and we are prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I would close.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for close.
Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Democrats strongly agree that those who took advantage of the COVID crisis to commit fraud must be held accountable. And that is why Democrats put $2 billion in the American Rescue Plan to fight fraud, and every House Republican voted against it. According to the Department of Labor's trust fund, only 16 states met the required solvency standard for unemployment systems. Instead of punishing organized crime, and instead of addressing the fragility of state unemployment systems, the Republican H.R. 1163 guts federal funding to fight fraud, weakens state unemployment systems, privatizes America's public service jobs, and claws back overpayment for workers who were unemployed during the pandemic, who received overpayments through no fault of their own. And I am shocked, Mr. Speaker, that the Republican leadership is advancing this bill that guts federal investment in stopping unemployment fraud the same week when one of its own is indicted for such crimes. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill that punishes America's families while stunning accountability for for actual criminals. I urge a no vote and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only way that this bill punishes American families are American families who are fraudsters. American families who intentionally create and commit fraud. Give me a break. After years of inaction, when Democrats held the majority, taxpayers have lost anywhere from $191 billion upwards to $400 billion in fraud, and their identities have been stolen. Democrats, they ignored it, they blocked it, and they shot down common sense safeguards. And guess what? They refused to hold even one hearing on fraud. American workers, families, and small businesses, they're already dealing with a cost of living crisis, and they deserve better. That's why they elected a Republican majority on the promise of a government that's accountable. Today's bill delivers on that accountability with common sense reforms that empowers the states to make things right. With this vote, we will end the greatest theft of taxpayer dollars in American history. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do the right thing and vote in favor of this bill and against fraud. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 383, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide incentives for states to recover fraudulently paid federal and state unemployment compensation and for other purposes.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1163, offered by Mrs. Sykes of Ohio.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit on H.R. 2, passage of H.R. 2 if ordered. The motion to recommit on H.R. 1163, passage of H.R. 1163 if ordered. And the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1734. The first electronic votes will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on the agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 2 ordered by the gentle lady from Texas, Mrs. Garcia, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion now.
Motion to recommit H.R. 2, offered by Mrs. Garcia of Texas.
Question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 221. The motion is not adopted. The question now is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without... The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 213. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 1163, offered by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Skiles, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit offered by Mrs. Sykes of Ohio.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 221. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, on this I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman has asked. A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 230 and the nays are 200. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1734 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 34, H.R. 1734, a bill to require coordinated National Institute of Standards and Technology science and research activities regarding illicit drugs containing xylazine, novel synthetic opioids, and other substances of concern and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 425, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Okay. I ask for unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Okay. The House will be in order.
I rise today with the Illinois representatives to express our deep condolences for the victims of the tragic multi-vehicle accident last week on I-55 and to offer our sincere gratitude to the brave Illinois first responders who assisted motorists at the scene. The dedication and commitment of our first responders has been unwavering, and we are keeping the victims, their families, and their friends in our hearts and our prayers during this difficult time.
Thank you, Congresswoman Miller. My heart continues to go out to the loved ones of those who lost their lives, as Congresswoman Miller mentioned, in the tragic pileup on I-55 last week. I am also so appreciative of the first responders from across our region who were on the scene quickly for rescue efforts. They demonstrated incredible bravery in this response, and so I admire the important work that they do, as I do each and every day. Thank you for your service to our communities, and thank you to the colleagues joining with us today to remember the victims. I ask the House to observe a moment of silence. Thank you.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida?
For 1 minute on the floor.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you know every birthday with a 0 in it is special, but what about a birthday with double zeros? That makes it double special. Such is the case for the 100th anniversary of the Theodore H. Hernandez American Legion Auxiliary Unit 54 in my hometown of Fernandina Beach, Florida. This auxiliary holds a special place in my heart as my mother was a member for many, many years. The auxiliary has supported and continues to support community organizations on the First Coast, such as the Nassau County Council on Aging and Adopt a Soldier, and so many others. On May 29, 2023, members will celebrate 100 years of serving our veterans, military, and their families in Northeast Florida. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, there's a very big cake. I congratulate the Theodore H. Hernandez American Legion Auxiliary Unit number 54 on 100 years of amazing service, and I can't wait to see what they do with the next 100. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman of New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the Secure the Border Act. A few years ago, Americans were horrified to see pictures and videos of immigrant children in cages. But the MAGA Republicans thought this policy was a great idea. Thankfully, the Biden administration ended this cruel and inhumane practice. But these same MAGA Republicans want to bring it back. They want to punish children because their parents want to become U.S. citizens. The bill would remove all protections for immigrant children at the border, and it allows them to be detained in cages and federal facilities indefinitely. The Statue of Liberty, the symbol of America, tells the world that our country is open to all people. It invites them to come here and fulfill their dreams. But this anti-American bill represents the opposite. And it is an embarrassment and shameful that it was introduced at all. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge the Senate to take up the bill we just passed, H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. With Title 42 having expired, we are seeing a surge of migrants approaching our border that will add to a crisis in New York State that has seen New York City take in over 60,000 migrants so far. Now, Mayor Eric Adams has resorted to busing migrants into the Hudson Valley, despite previously decrying southern states from doing that to New York City. This is a completely untenable situation and demands immediate federal action, which is why the House Republican majority passed H.R. 2. As the husband of an immigrant, I know why so many people immigrate to our nation. We are the greatest nation in the world. But we simply cannot continue to let our borders be wide open as they are now. We are seeing tens of thousands of people cross our borders illegally every single day. I urge the Senate to pass this legislation, and having spoken with the President yesterday in my district, I know he understands the need to act on our border. We have to work together to secure our border, end this broken system, and ensure the safety of our residents.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise to honor my constituent and proud Californian, Dorothy Levin. Dorothy is celebrating her 100th birthday, and I'm thrilled to join her friends and family in commemorating this remarkable milestone. Dorothy was born in Cleveland, Ohio on May 12, 1923, and moved to Southern California with her family in 1952. In 1958, while raising her 3 young children, Dorothy decided to attend law school. She graduated and passed the California bar exam, but was unable to find a job in a male-dominated field. So she opened her own firm, where she practiced until her retirement in 1994. Dorothy's unwavering dedication, tenacity, and courage have helped pave the way for generations of women in the legal profession. Happy 100th birthday, Dorothy. I am so thankful for your trailblazing work and proud to honor you today.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I advise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is hard to believe that after 2 years of record-breaking migrant encounters at the southern border, things continue to get worse with absolutely no end in sight. I always say to fix a problem, you first have to admit there is a problem. But the guy who is supposed to be in charge, the leader of border security, just cannot admit there's a problem. DHS Secretary Mayorkas has time and time again failed to take responsibility as the leader as the boss, as the man in charge. And he has the audacity to tell MSNBC that the open border is Congress's fault and that Congress should do something about it. Okay, well, then I think it's time to do something about it. Let's impeach Secretary Mayorkas. His blatant failures have resulted in the death of American citizens and has made fentanyl the #1 killer of 18 to 45-year-olds. Enough is enough. We need real leadership, not some Biden puppet. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand here today calling for the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas.
Expired. Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The defense industrial base is dominated by a handful of massive corporations that have gobbled up competitors. These 5 companies have a lot of power and responsibility to supply our military, but what are they doing with that power? Are they investing and innovating? They're enriching themselves with stock buybacks and shareholder dividends fueled by public money while shrinking their investments in innovation. The Pentagon's reported that over the past decade, research and development is down, but corporate payouts for prime contractors are up. Meanwhile, they're lobbying Congress for more cash every year. Top brass warned that late or over-budget defense orders threaten our readiness. National security shouldn't be subject to the whims of Wall Street or crazy ideas of shareholder primacy. Public money shouldn't bankroll stock buybacks. It doesn't have to be this way. We should once again ban buybacks. They used to be illegal and should be again. And we need smarter industrial policy to break up these monopolies so we've got real competition in the defense industry. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. As we celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week, I rise to celebrate Michael Short on his retirement after 44 years of inspiring students in music in Orange Unified School District. A Chapman University and Cal State Fullerton graduate, Mr. Short has been involved in Orange Unified School District music since the mid-1970s, from elementary and middle schools to Orange High School to Santiago Canyon College and much more. He has directed several musicals, led choirs, received several awards for his work as an outstanding music educator. Mr. Short has inspired generations of students in California's 40th district across Orange County and beyond. So I want to thank Mr. Short for his dedication and for his outstanding career to the community and teaching and inspiring students through music. I wish you the best in your retirement and enjoy spending time with your wife, Vicki, your kids, and your grandkids. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Thank you. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2, House Republicans, so-called border security bill is yet another glaring example of the false outrage exhibited by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. As they speak blatant mistruths about concerns over Americans' safety, they turn a blind eye to the deadly epidemic of gun violence within our borders. Instead, House Republicans clamor around a bill that guts the U.S. asylum process and eliminates any realistic pathways to legal immigration. Their proposal costs the American people $6.1 billion and does nothing to increase border security personnel. In fact, the bill would pay for the former president's vanity project, an expensive and ineffective wall that would make our nation more vulnerable to drug and human trafficking. It is with a deep understanding that we are a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants that House Democrats are working to pass comprehensive immigration reform that will protect our communities, the American people, and the American dream. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
I seek permission to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart, but to honor the life of a friend, retired United States Coast Guard Commander Mike Smith. Mike is fondly remembered by many as the director of the annual Coast Guard Festival in Grand Haven, Michigan, also known as Coast Guard City, USA, a cherished event where our West Michigan community comes together to celebrate the Coast Guard's service and sacrifice on the lakeshore and across the country. Mike lived a life of service, both in the Coast Guard and outside of it. In fact, in 2016, he received the Department of Defense's annual Spirit of Hope Award, an honor that is presented to individuals who embody Bob Hope's core values of serving and supporting our military members. He was so proud of that, he actually put it on his own challenge coin. Mike exemplified the bold character of the Coast Guard and its motto, Semper Paratus, always prepared. And his influential impact will be forever felt. Mike is survived by his wife, Kathy, and their 6 children, Maxwell, Molly, Maura, Maggie, Madison, and Mikhail. I and so many others remember Mike for his service, but we cherish his friendship and his contributions to Grand Haven community, to the U.S. Coast Guard, and to our nation. Rest well, my friend. Rest well.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month by sharing the story of my personal Jewish American hero, Ben Ferenz. Ben was recently awarded the Congressional Gold Medal. He was the last living Nuremberg prosecutor who recently passed away at age 103. Ben enlisted in the U.S. Army right out of law school. He was assigned to collect evidence of Nazi war crimes, which he later used to prosecute the biggest murder case in the history of the world. At age 27, he convicted 22 Nazi leaders for their roles in the deaths of over 1 million people. Ben later dedicated his life to creating a world of acceptance and compassion, becoming a tireless advocate for the rule of law and international justice. Ben Ferenz is a real American Jewish hero. His legacy is one of peace and justice and humility. May his memory be a blessing. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and extend my remarks.
Thank you. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember Sean Soares, a young public servant and former congressional staffer from my district who was tragically killed in a traffic accident last week. I first met Sean during my time as a state legislator. He was a genuinely kind person who always had a smile on his face. Sean was a bright light everywhere, and he was well known in the Richmond community for his commitment to climate advocacy and his desire to better the Commonwealth. He accomplished so much in his short life. He served under my predecessor, the late Donald McEachin, and in state government under former Governor Ralph Northam and Delegate Suhas Subramanian. He was a leadership member in the Virginia Young Democrats and most recently worked for the Virginia Conservation Network while pursuing his graduate degree at Virginia Commonwealth University. Sean's commitment to having a positive impact on his community was evident in his life and work, and he will be sorely missed by many. My sincere condolences to the Soares family, his loved ones, and every community he touched. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and advocacy of someone so many in the Orlando community considered a friend and loved one, Elena Slife, who lost her life 2 weeks ago, which has left a hole in the community of Central Florida. Elena was a daughter, a sister, a partner, and a friend to so many. I actually had the honor of meeting her through the clouds of tear gas during the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020, where she was an accomplice and an ally and a fighter in the fight for justice for every single person. She seemed to wake up every day with a mission in her heart to help people, and she devoted her life to empowering others and fighting for a better state and a better world for all Central Floridians and everybody. And today I want to honor and remember her life's work and offer my deep condolences to her family and loved ones. She was a warrior in our community and will be greatly missed, but she lives forever through the joy, the shared fight and struggle of our people. So thank you so much, Elena, for all of your work, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
To speak for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the constituent resident of 13th District in Michigan, Candice Jackson, for winning the Teacher of the Year award. As we observe the Teacher Appreciation Week, I also want to draw attention to over 36,000 teaching posts left vacant this year. The newest figures show that the top income a teacher might earn in 17% of school district, even with a 30-year service and a PhD, is only $60,000. This is intolerable. As a co-sponsor of the Teacher Act, I am proud to advocate for our teachers. We must ensure that our educators earn at least $60,000, not at most. Our teachers deserve our gratitude, respect, and just compensation, and together we will make this a reality for them. I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to speak in memory of the 8 Texans who lost their lives last weekend during a shooting in Allen, Texas. These 8 Texans should be the future of Texas, young, diverse, full of life and promise. But instead, they represent the tragedy of Texas today, a Texas where a family must prepare for a trip to the mall as if it's an active war zone, a Texas where lives of kindergartners have less value than the rights of neo-Nazis to own AR-15s. So to my colleagues, I rise and ask the question, aren't you tired of grieving? Is this what your constituents sent you here to do, to send thoughts and prayers? Texans are tired of grieving. El Paso, Uvalde, Cleveland, Allen, and the list goes on. We simply can't accept this. For the 8 lives lost in Allen, we will not accept this. For the 5 lives lost in Cleveland, we will not accept this. For the 19 children and 2 teachers murdered in Uvalde, we will not accept this. For the 23 lives lost in El Paso, we will not accept this. We must honor our fellow Texans with action. It is the very least that we can do. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
This May, students from across West Michigan and the nation will graduate from high school and college. I'm honored to recognize one of these outstanding and incredibly bright graduates who hails from Michigan's 3rd Congressional District today. Elle Bennett from Ada, Michigan will graduate first in her class from the United States Military Academy at West Point later this month. After graduating, she will be commissioned as a 2nd lieutenant in the United States Army. While at West Point, Elle majored in environmental science and researched wastewater resilience, even having the opportunity to publish and present on her findings. Drawing on her passions, she served as an energy and environment officer at West Point, where she led initiatives to increase recycling and pressed the institution to choose greener options. On behalf of our West Michigan community, including Elle's proud parents, Bill and Amy, as well as her siblings, Kes and Ravel, I congratulate her on her impressive accomplishments as she graduates from West Point.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for
1 minute and revising semi-remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Now, more than ever, we must acknowledge the mental health crisis facing our nation, particularly among school-aged children. Repercussions from the pandemic and increased social pressure from social media have led to reports of rapidly rising mental health struggles. In my home state of North Carolina, our K-12 students are struggling. Last month, I hosted a roundtable with school counselors, administrators, and teachers to hear firsthand about the challenges impacting young people. Suicide attempts and youth depression are rising at alarming rates. Congress must act to address students' mental health needs. I'm preparing to reintroduce my bipartisan bill, Improving Mental Health and Wellness in Schools Act, legislation to integrate mental health education and services into existing wellness policies in schools. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation and taking swift action to address the mental health needs of our students. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields back. The gentleman from, for what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today during Jewish American Heritage Month with a message of grave concern about the troubling rise in anti-Semitism around the country and the even more troubling normalization of that anti-Semitism. Recent data shows that anti-Semitic incidents rose again last year by 36%, and New York continues to lead the country in such hateful incidents. I am not immune from it myself, as you can see from just a small sampling of anti-Semitic attacks I personally have received on social media. At a recent Judiciary Committee field hearing in my district, a man welcomed us with this sign, about George Soros, which is unquestionably and flagrantly anti-Semitic. As the Biden administration prepares to roll out its national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, I urge my friends on the other side of the aisle to stop invoking George Soros's name and join together to combat the startling rise of anti-Semitism. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honor of Teachers Appreciation Week, I rise today to recognize the tireless efforts of all of the educators in Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Our dedicated educators play a critical role in shaping the lives of our children, forming the backbone of our educational system. Their unwavering commitment to providing quality education to our children not only deserves our recognition, but our support. They need action in Congress, and I am proud to co-lead the Educators for America Act, a comprehensive legislative package which will invest in our children and support the recruitment and retention of diverse, well-qualified educators across the country. I am also a co-sponsor of the American Teacher Act, which will ensure that teachers' salaries reflect the tremendous value educators bring to our communities. Our communities are strongest when we invest in our teachers and provide them with the resources and tools they need to succeed. And on behalf of Ohio's 13th Congressional District, I would like to sincerely thank our teachers for their countless contributions to our children and our society. Your dedication and passion for teaching inspires us all, and we are grateful for the role that you play in building better lives, brighter futures for our children inside and outside the classroom. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Ohio yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, recently I held Farm Bill listening sessions across North Carolina's 1st Congressional District, making stops in Hereford, Nash, Pitt, and Wilson counties to hear directly from our local agriculture community about their priorities in the 2023 Farm Bill. Mike Belch, A local farmer stressed the importance of protecting crop insurance. Beth Farrell spoke about the need to ensure conservation programs that they meet the needs of growers. Joe Martin raised concerns about pricing, that pricing must keep up with inflation. And Maxine White and many others talked about wanting to see more technology used in the field to ensure the next generation of growers can effectively and efficiently create new ways to do what they do best, feed and clothe America. I'm proud to deliver surveys from Eastern North Carolinians to submit for the official record for the Farm Bill. I also heard about the need to address labor crisis, including addressing the H-2A system.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I'll keep fighting for our agriculture community, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. This week is National Teachers Appreciation Week, and the best way that we can show appreciation for our teachers in Congress is to fight for good wages, hours, and working conditions for the classroom. In Oregon, the average starting teacher salary is a little over $39,000. That's lower than the national average. Educators also make 81 cents on the dollar compared to other professionals with similar experience, credentials, and degrees. 94% of U.S. teachers spend their own money on their students to ensure classrooms have the resources they need, like books, supplies, music, and art. Put this all together, and it's no wonder teachers can't pay off their student loans or buy homes in the communities that they teach in. We need workers to be able to afford to buy homes in their communities, and we also need to raise teacher pay. Their current salaries aren't keeping up with the rising cost of living. The pay gap is only growing and creating a teacher shortage crisis. That's why on National Teacher Appreciation Week, I'm proud to co-sponsor the American Teachers Act, which would help states raise their raise the minimum teacher salaries to $60,000 for public K-12 schools. Thank you to our teachers. It's far past time. We back you up. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Oregon yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise my remarks for a minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Our nation faces an affordable housing and climate crisis. That's why I've introduced the People Over Parking Act to eliminate parking minimum requirements near high-quality public transit. Now, parking minimum mandates create a certain number of spaces regardless of the needs of people who live there. This could add tens of thousands of dollars per space to construction costs. Additionally, many spaces go unused even as financial costs are passed on to renters, regardless of whether or not they own a car. In one study, parking mandates increase rent costs by 20%. Now, our legislation doesn't prevent property owners from providing parking spots. It simply lets owners respond to local demand rather than mandates. Eliminating parking minimums would also help reduce harmful emissions and reduce the heat island effect in cities. By encouraging more people to live the close, high-quality transit, we can afford more housing, increase transit ridership, protect our climate, and reduce traffic congestion. It's both good housing and climate policy. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the exceptional dedication and commitment of the students and families of Broward County. As a testament to their perseverance, Broward County Public Schools will be hosting their 10th annual Outstanding Attendance Recognition event to honor those amazing students. This event not only acknowledges the students' academic success, but also highlights the importance of consistent attendance to ensure our youth have access to quality education and an opportunity to reach their full potential. It is my honor to congratulate Matthew Bastien, Joel Seal, Alicia Mondur, Freya Sykes, Nicole McGowan, Sia Elsara, and for the outstanding record of attendance, and also Jolene Cinema. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House
House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Herbert Paul Douglas, Jr., who passed away as the oldest Olympic medalist in the United States at 101 years old. Herb Douglas won the bronze medal for the long jump in 1948 at the Summer Olympics in London. For 2 years, he attended my alma mater of Xavier University of Louisiana and later went on to earn a bachelor's degree in physical education and a master's in education from the University of Pittsburgh. Xavier University also awarded him an honorary degree in 2011. As a student athlete and as an esteemed businessman, Olympian, and community leader, Herb Douglas excelled and made us proud. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
The gentleman from Louisiana yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the heartbreaking tragedy of a young and courageous public servant, Chicago police officer Ariana Preston, who was senselessly killed near her Avalon Park home this past weekend. Officer Preston, just 24 years of age, had already devoted 3 years to protecting the citizens of Chicago, working tirelessly in the West Roseland community. She was also an exemplary student on the cusp of graduating from Loyola University with a Master's of Jurisprudence in Chicago today. Ariana's life was marked by her kindness, intellect, and unwavering commitment to service. I ask my colleagues in the House to join me in offering our shared condolences to Officer Preston's family, friends, and colleagues, and to join me in honoring her life and unwavering dedication to protecting and serving the entire city of Chicago.
Thank you. The gentleman from Illinois yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week I had the honor to introduce a resolution designating May 9th as Homefront Heroes Day. This is an idea from Major John Lucky Luckadoo, a 101-year-old World War II veteran and patriot who lives in Dallas. Homefront Heroes Day would recognize those that sacrificed so much to support our service members and keep our nation going during the Second World War. And I was so honored last year to celebrate Homefront Heroes Day in person with Lucky himself. We can all learn a lot from Major Luckadoo's leadership, and it's something I hope to carry with me throughout my time in Congress. It's my honor to know Major Luckadoo, who has worked so hard to make sure that folks who were on the home front get the recognition they deserve. I appreciate the opportunity to play a small role in Lucky's story, and I look forward to celebrating Homefront Heroes Day for many years to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas yields back. The chair announces the Speaker's appointments pursuant to 10 U.S.C. 7455A and the order of the House on January 9th, 2023 of the following members of the part of the House to the Board of Visitors to the United States Military Academy.
Mr. Ryan of New York.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to Yemen, declared in Executive Order 13611 of May 16, 2012, is to continue in effect beyond May 16, 2023. the actions and policies of certain former members of the government of Yemen and others in threatening Yemen's peace, security, and stability continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13611 with respect to Yemen. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, May 11, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on Monday next, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate National Police Week across the country, I rise on the House floor this afternoon to honor the memory of the 5 fallen police officers who lost last year in eastern Kentucky. 3 police officers in Prestonsburg, Kentucky, paid the ultimate sacrifice when they were tragically shot in the line of duty on June 30th, 2022. Ralph Harlow Frazier, 39-year law enforcement veteran who served as captain of the Prestonsburg City Police Department for nearly 4 decades and a beloved school resource officer at Prestonsburg High School. William Edward Petrie, a 31-year law enforcement veteran who served the Kentucky State Police, the Prestonsburg Police Department, and finally the Floyd County Sheriff's Office. Jacob Russell Chaffins, a young 28-year-old law enforcement officer who courageously served the Kentucky Army National Guard, the Prestonsburg Police Department, the Prestonsburg Fire Department, and became a U.S. Marshal. Their heroic deaths were the greatest display of love described in John 15:13, quoting, "Greater love has no man than this, to lay down his life for his friends." It was with great courage of conviction that those 3 officers lived to protect the people of the United States, the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and especially those in Floyd County. 2 hours west in my district, the London Police Department also grieves the loss of 2 of their brave officers last year. Logan Medlock, a young 26-year-old officer with the London City Police Department, a volunteer firefighter for the Keavy Fire Department, and former correctional officer, was struck and killed by a drunk driver on October 30th, 2022. Officer Medlock worked in lockstep with his father, Randy Medlock, on the police force, and together they strive to make the City of London a safer place to live. And finally, Travis Hurley, a beloved 21-year veteran of the London Police Department who lost a long battle with COVID-19 early last year. The names of these 5 brave men will be engraved on the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial here in Washington, D.C., along with the names of 2 other officers from my district, Oliver Little, a Floyd County Sheriff's deputy, who died from complications after contracting COVID-19 in the line of duty in 2021. And finally, Dixon Allen Sasser, a veteran of the Harlan Police Department, who was shot and killed in the line of duty back in 1918. President Theodore Roosevelt, who was a former commissioner of the New York City Police Department, once said, and I quote, "No man is worth his salt who is not ready at all times to risk his body, to risk his well-being, to risk his life in a great cause. In a nation where police officers have been vilified in recent years by the actions of a few bad actors, may the lives of these fallen officers be a reminder of the outstanding integrity and sacrifice that the thin blue line represents. We must continue to support our law enforcement officers across the country, ensuring they are fully equipped, adequately prepared, and never at the mercy of evildoers. This nation owes a great debt of gratitude for the valiant service of our fallen heroes. May their loved ones find peace and confidence in God's promise in Matthew 5:9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Does the gentleman, thank you, does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back under the Speaker's announced policy January 9th, 2023. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 weeks ago, this body passed my common sense resolution, H.J. Res. 42, to repeal the D.C. City Council's severely misguided anti-police law, and we did so with bipartisan support, sending a clear message that the People's House remains resolute in our commitment to both back the men and women in blue of the Metropolitan Police Department and to restore public safety in our nation's capital city. We're only 131 days into 2023, and Washington, D.C. has recorded 77 homicides, 62 incidents of sexual abuse, nearly 500 cases of assault with a dangerous weapon, more than 900 robberies, over 24 incidents of motor vehicle theft, and almost 4,200 reported thefts. Clearly, there is a catastrophic crime crisis here in Washington. Yet D.C. Council Chairman Phil Mendelson insists that there is, and I quote, not a crime crisis in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, it appears the D.C. Attorney General is more concerned with safety risks of gas stoves than safety of citizens. And Mayor Bowser remains missing in action as criminals terrorize the city. In an unconvincing attempt to showcase leadership, she held a public safety summit this week to discuss the issue of crime. But the mayor knows what must be done. She simply refuses to do it. This isn't complicated. D.C.'s local government must prosecute criminals and support Metropolitan Police Department officers. But due to D.C.'s failed local leadership, it's now up to Congress to save our nation's capital from itself. We have both the authority and the responsibility to do so, but we must act swiftly. Residents, small businesses, visitors, and the heroic officers of the Metropolitan Police Department are counting on us to act. Failure to do so will only embolden dangerous, violent, and deranged criminals taking over Washington's streets. So as I did this morning at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, I call on the Senate to pass H.J. Res. 42 and to put people over politics by joining our effort to improve public safety in our nation's capital city. And I urge President Biden to follow suit, just as he did in our fight to nullify the Council's Soft on Crime Revised Criminal Code Act. We must use our authority outlined in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the United States Constitution to not only protect Americans in Washington, but to protect MPD officers risking their lives to defend law and order in D.C. Mr. Speaker, the clock is ticking, and we don't have a minute to waste. Senators, let's get this done and pass H.J. Res. 42 for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defense of Americans' Second Amendment freedoms. In January, the ATF finalized its unconstitutional rule pertaining to firearms with stabilizing braces. Under the ATF's new rule, any pistol brace firearm would be considered an unregistered short-barreled rifle, subjecting these firearms to draconian regulations under the National Firearms Act of 1934. The ATF informed law-abiding gun owners possessing pistols housing these braces that they will have only 120 days to register these firearms or risk harsh NFA violations, including hefty fines up to $250,000 and up to 10 years in jail. This 120-day amnesty window ends later this month on May 31st. Now keep in mind, this rule doesn't just violate Americans' Second Amendment liberties, it also subverts Congress's sole legislative authority, because Congress makes laws, not unelected anti-gun bureaucrats at the ATF. Yet with the snap of ATF Director Dettelbach's finger and non-existent authority, millions of law-abiding gun owners, including many disabled veterans, will become criminals, felons overnight, if they refuse to register, turn in, destroy, or dismantle their pistol brace firearms. For months, I have promised gun owners that I would relentlessly fight the ATF's unconstitutional pistol brace rule on their behalf, and I mean it. Later this month, this body will pass my Congressional Review Act joint resolution, HJ Res 44, to prevent the Biden administration's tyrannical measure from taking effect. We are not giving 1 inch in our constitutional right to keep and bear arms. Not 1 inch, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. For those in favor, say yay. Yay. For those opposed, say nay. The yeas have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate.